Dear friends, welcome everybody to the European Conference on Multipolarity. It's a great pleasure for us to have you here following us on our channels. And we are going to start with the greetings by Mrs. Zakharova, spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Russia. This conference will be led in English. Some speakers will use their national languages, and all our speeches will be available on our channels and translated in several languages. So please follow our platforms and networks. And now we say hello to Mrs. Zakharova and her spokesperson.
Stimati colleghi, cari amici, innanzitutto vorrei congratularmi con gli autori della prima conferenza globale dedicata al multipolarismo che si è svolta lo scorso aprile in formato di maratona online per aver sviluppato con successo questa impresa cruciale. In realtà, sin dall'inizio di quella maratona di aprile di 17 ore che non ha precedenti, era evidente quanto fosse necessaria una piattaforma di discussione di questo tipo, così come è parsa del tutto naturale la sua continuazione in formati regionali. Dal mio punto di vista, il valore principale dell'incontro di oggi, che ha raccolto i più brillanti rappresentanti dell'odierno pensiero politico europeo, sta nel dimostrare che l'avanguardia intellettuale europea, l'elite intellettuale, condivide pienamente la convinzione della maggioranza globale che non esista alternativa ad un ordine mondiale multipolare. Questa convinzione è stata ribadita più volte negli interventi dei rappresentanti europei nella conferenza di aprile. Un mondo policentrico con questo orientamento diventa sempre di più un obiettivo reale. Ulteriori prove di questo fatto è stato il secondo vertice Russia-Africa che ha riunito lo scorso giugno a San Pietroburgo i rappresentanti di quasi tutti i paesi dell'Unione Africana, come pure il recente summit BRICS in Sudafrica, che ha confermato l'accuratezza della definizione di questa associazione data da Sergei Viktorovich Lavrov, che ha definito i BRICS una sorta di rete di cooperazione lanciata sopra le vecchie linee divisorie di nord-sud ed est-ovest. L'esito della riunione di Johannesburg ha chiaramente ribadito la necessità di questo tipo di formato di interazione multilaterale paritaria da parte di quei paesi stanchi delle pretese di egemonia globale da parte del proverbiale miliardo d'oro. Altri esempi di questo stesso tipo di organizzazione in grado di dare la possibilità ai partecipanti di unire le forze per risolvere compiti congiuntamente senza però l'imposizione di standard universali o tentativi di introdurre qualche procedura basata su regole sono per esempio la SCO e la CEA, sul cui esempio è possibile costruire forse un grande partenariato eurasiatico, di cui ha parlato anche il presidente della Federazione Russa. Nelle attuali circostanze, la ricerca di una risposta alla domanda su quale posto l'Europa occuperà nelle coordinate del nuovo sistema internazionale è indubbiamente di fondamentale importanza, in primo luogo ovviamente per gli stessi europei. Ed in questo contesto il messaggio più importante che si può recepire dagli interventi dei relatori della prima conferenza globale sul multipolarismo è questo: il futuro dell'Europa come centro del mondo multipolare prescinde dal continuare ad essere vassalla miope e obbediente dei dettami di Washington, portando avanti l'isteria russofobica, e richiede invece di combinare la sua preziosa esperienza di integrazione regionale con i principi del rispetto della sovrana uguaglianza tra Stati e dei loro interessi nazionali, soprattutto per le questioni di sicurezza, nonché del loro diritto alla diversità politica e culturale. Vale a dire semplicemente il ritorno al rispetto dei principi fondamentali della Carta delle Nazioni Unite. Non ho dubbi sul fatto che la conferenza di oggi sarà un passo cruciale nel processo di formulazione di quelle riforme di cui l'Europa ha tanto bisogno e tramite le quali sarebbe possibile ai paesi della regione occupare il posto che spetta loro nel sistema di relazioni internazionali in continua evoluzione. Mi auguro che i pensieri espressi in questa sede siano ascoltati e condivisi dalle elite politiche dei paesi europei, anziché repressi. Come è successo invece a quelle persone che hanno osato confessare le proprie simpatie, per esempio, verso la Russia, e come è successo purtroppo proprio a uno dei relatori del primo convegno, il quale ha perso il posto di lavoro in università proprio a causa della sua partecipazione al forum di aprile. Spero che al contrario la vostra discussione serva a far riflettere chi è ancora rimasto aggrappato alla visione liberal globalista dimostratasi distruttiva. In conclusione, vorrei ringraziarvi per la vostra attenzione e augurare a tutti i partecipanti della conferenza un lavoro di successo e produttivo.
We say thanks a lot to Mrs. Zakharova for these greetings to our European conference, and now we give the word to the message of Professor Alexander Dugin, head of the International Eurasian Movement.
Dear European friends, I congratulate you with this conference, online conference on multipolarity, and I would like to say some words concerning the main topic of your discussion. So we are witnessing now a very important turn, very important shift, paradigms shift in the global balance of powers. And I think that this last meeting of BRICS countries with acceptance of new members, it is a point of no return. It is something really, really historic, because what we see now in the world with this new structure of BRICS. I remind you that BRIC has began with very, very approximate understanding of cooperation or possible cooperation and perspectives of so-called semi-periphery, according to Emmanuel Wallerstein, or second world. So we have the concept of three layers of the global system of development of capitalist system. First world, the West, as a hegemony, capitalist hegemony, as a civilization, the core. The second world with or semi-periphery with great states, highly developed but less developed than the core, than the West, representing some great powers, Russia, China, India, with huge demographic potential and resources, huge amount of human or natural or special resources, but still not at the level of the first world. And there is the third layer that corresponds to undeveloped periphery, full periphery of the world, and third world in some terms. So BRIC was considered a kind of possible unification of the second world, not first but not third. So not core but not periphery, something between. And that was the main idea launched in 2011 by Mr. Putin, President of Russia, to try to unite these powers try to unite the idea, the invitation to create a kind of club of the second world, the club of the semi-periphery countries. So that was the main idea of BRIC, and initially that was Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Third, clear second world or semi-periphery great countries, trying to consolidate, trying to create some club, some space, some territory of discussion of how to be in the world with the clearly defined hegemony of the first world and the process of trying to be in line, to follow the civilization of the people of the third world, and where the second world is was the main idea that has launched President Putin in order to making appeal to country of BRIC to unite. After that, Southern Africa has joined this club, and in this moment, when the structures of BRICS, were more or less vague, without some concrete projects, without some real institutions, but that was this club developed its own relations and its own principles step by step. Finally, we have arrived at the moment of the 20th meeting of the BRICS countries in Johannesburg this August, so very recently. And what was of absolute importance during this BRICS meeting? That was adhesion and joining of BRICS by Argentina, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Emirates. So that was extremely important event in the global geopolitics, because now we have in BRICS, with new members, the full-scale structure of multipolar world. Because in the Iran and Saudi Arabia and Emirates, the Islamic pole has joined this club. So the Islamic civilization is inside of BRICS. Second point, the Brazil that represented initially Latin America and Southern America inside of BRICS, and Brazil was one of the first foundational members of BRIC organization. Now Argentina, the second most important country of the Latin America, has joined this multipolar institution. So that was of absolute importance, because Argentina is Spanish, Brazil is Portuguese, Argentina is Spanish, and the General Perón with Getulio Vargas both understood very well in their time the necessity of unification of the Latin America, basing on the axis between Buenos Aires and Brazil, and unification based on the alliance between Brazil and Argentina. So that was the core of Latin America, and any other country could join this alliance in order to create the real great space, a Großraum, the greater space uniting Latin American civilization as a pole. So for formation, a full-scale pole, that Brazil is not enough. We need Argentine, but with Argentine, Brazil and Argentine, we have full score of elements, full set of elements in order to promote further unification of the Latin American space. The same for Ethiopia. Ethiopia is and was a unique country of African continent that has saved its independence and sovereignty during colonial period. So that is the symbol of the Africa free and independent, with very, very powerful inner spiritual and cultural identity. So in some versions of Pan-Africanist theory, the Ethiopia and its empire and the king of Ethiopia, Negus, was presented as a paradigm for all black Africa to be independent pole. So Africa is Southern Africa, but as well Ethiopia. Ethiopia is the core, heart of the African unity. And I think that the Western African countries, where the alternative idea of unification of African civilization was developed by Sheikh Anta Diop, or so the idea of Kemi, the Black Egypt concept, that idea developed by Kemi Siba, Mbok Basong, and other African intellectuals, is precisely developing the other alternative Black Egypt identity of African civilization, but putting them all together, Ethiopia, Southern Africa as most developed country of African continent, and in the future this Western African idea of Black Egypt, I think we have a full-scale theory of the African pole. So, what we have now with BRICS in the context of multipolarity, we have 6 civilizations: Russian, Chinese, Indian, African, Islamic, and Latin America, presented in the context of new BRICS. So we have 6 greater spaces organizing outside of the sphere of Western hegemony. So welcome to the heptapolar world. Heptapolar world is now already established. And in this heptapolar, 7-polar world, there are 6 poles united outside of the sphere of the Western hegemony, and only 1 pole against them. The globalist pole of liberal, globalist, Soros, Biden, liberal elite, trying to preserve at any price unipolarity. So, the world today is divided. There are 6 civilizations, 6 greater spaces on one side, and there is the West and 7th pole, pretending to be unique, pretending to be only, pretending to be universal, pretending to be hegemonic against humanity, organized now in the context, in the structure of this hexapolar, multipolar club, hexapolar club. 6 civilizations are united in order to stand against 7th civilization, not because of inner hatred, but because of incomparability between the pretension of this Western pole to be unique and universal and refuse of other 6 civilizations united inside of BRIC to accept that. So that is the event of the absolute importance. We're now living in heptapolar world divided on 6 on one hand, 6 poles on one hand, and 1 pole on other hand. So that is the real multipolarity. The real multipolarity, and the war in Ukraine is the kind of border of that. So that is the place where the destiny of this multipolarity is decided, because Ukrainians have chosen to be on the side of this 7th pole, the hegemonic Western pole, against Russians and against everybody else. So the BRICS country and this enlarged BRICS structure is on one hand, is one camp, and there is the West and its vassals on the other hand. I regret very much that such huge and independent and proud civilizations as Japanese civilization or European civilization now are in status of pure slave of the United States ruled by globalists. That is not United States that we know and that we could love. That Trump's traditional United States, it is new post-American, post-United States, that is pure globalization, pure radical liberalism, LGBT plus, artificial intelligence, Soros and Bernard-Henri Lévy, utopia of the individualist, post-human, transhuman, transgender globalization. So that is, and there is no Europe inside of that. There is no Europe, there is no Japan. There are only a puppet. Europe now is in the same, shares the status as Ukraine. It's just tool of, as Japan, of global hegemony. And that is, I regret it very much, because that means the end of the European identity. That means the end of Japanese identity. That means the end of any sovereign Europe and European unity that could be a kind of alternative, that could present some independent Europe, sovereign Europe, failed absolutely. So European unit is failure, is failed concept, and thanks to this European integration, we have finally received nothing more than pure slaves and vassals and puppets of United States. That was Ukrainization of Europe. So Europe now is the greater Ukraine. So corrupted, perverted, aggressive, crazy, totally destroyed pseudo-state that has lost all its content, all its identity. But nevertheless, having such heptapolar worlds in front of us with 6 poles on one hand and 1 pole desperately trying to preserve, to save at any price its hegemony in the case of the West, we should think about a possible multipolar option, multipolar choice for Europe. So there are, I think, there are possibilities as well for United States to reorganize itself as a pole, but outside of the context of globalization. I think that Biden and his clique, his junta, finally will kill Trump, but if he still could win, I think the United States could transform itself in something very positive and positive ally of multipolarity. But now, under dictatorship of globalist elite, it is no case. But let us concentrate on Europe. How Europe can save herself from this situation. First of all, I think that Europe should start the rebellion, should start the revolution, because modern days political elite of Europe doesn't represent the interests of people, doesn't represent the interests, the organic society of European culture, and this elite consciously and consequently destroys European spirit, European culture, European civilization. There is no more Europe. There is post-Europe, anti-Europe, and the mixing with migrants, with other cultural elements, destroys everything in Europe. So Europe is ruins. So not only Ukraine now is a ruin, but Europe itself is ruins. And I think that is the last call to rebel, to revolt, to make a riot. So I think that in order to reaffirm the European culture, European identity, European sovereignty, you need, the people of Europe, you need a riot against your illegitimate powers. So you need to start the civil war in Europe. Without that, nothing you could expect, because continuation of the rule of these Sorosites, of this elite, put in their places by Rothschilds, by global international liberal globalist elite, let you no chance to be European, to stay the real European. Well, either you destroy them or you will be all destroyed. So that is the dilemma of the European society. Either you start civil war against your leaders, illegitimate liberal leaders, or you are done. So the same for United States of America. You could not expect a positive evolution of global leaders. Now, when these European leaders have cut their relations with Putin, with China, with other members of multipolar club, in the reality, the Europe, the West is isolated from all the humanity. It is against the humanity represented by six-pole united in the enlarged brick structure. So there is the choice of any honest European man and woman to be on the side of the humanity or to be on the side of globalist, anti-human, transhuman, perverted elite. So if you are part of humanity, let's start rebellion. If you are the part of the global elite, prepare yourself to die, because you have no chance to survive and to continue to be human, to be European, to have your culture, because of your government. Your government destroys you. Your government humiliates you. Your government, illegitimate global liberal puppets, destroy everything that is European. So the only way to European societies to save themselves is to start immediately civil war in Europe and trying to unite the powers of different national states, the cultures, the peoples of different different European states, concentrate them in this revolutionary effort. So now the time comes for European revolution, basing on the rejection of illegitimate usurpation of power by globalist elite, neither right nor left. So they are leftist in the culture, they are rightist in the market. So the modern European elite are not elites are not neither right nor left. They are both economically right and cultural left. So the peoples of Europe should oppose them, cultural right and economical left, social justice and the traditional values, as precisely Alain Soral suggests in his famous slogan, droite des valeurs et la gauche de travail. I think that is most important slogan that we have of ongoing coming European revolution. So and multipolarity in Europe, in European context, is the choice of this revolutionary camp of the people, of European peoples, beginning the war for salvation of Europe. Europe, many times in the history and in the mythological history, was raped, was taken from its own land, was stolen. So it is not for the first time that the task is to return, to restore, to free Europe from captivity. And I think that now European people are in captivity, in Babylon captivity, in Egypt captivity. You should get out from this global ghetto where globalists have put you, and start to get home, to go home, to return to your motherland, because the real tradition, real identity of Europe is in Plato, in Aristotle, in Greco-Roman antiquity, in Christianity. All that was abandoned by this perverted pseudo-culture of modern and postmodern Europe. Now the Europe has totally lost. So in order to be active subject, active European pole in multipolar world, you need overthrow your masters, the masters that try to eradicate your traditions, your identities, your cultures. The same for United States, but I think that United States and the future of United States will be the subject, will be the topic of our meeting, our multipolar conference. Now, I think the most important thing is to think about future of Europe. There is the future of Europe. The future of Europe is in your own hand. If you manage to start the anti-liberal, anti-globalist, anti-Western revolution in order to liberate yourself from NATO, from this dominance of the globalist hegemony, you have the chance to become the seventh member of enlarged BRIC, and to go and to transgress hegemonic situation in order to reaffirm and rebuild independent and sovereign Europe. Europe as we love, as we knew, as we adore, as we admire. Not this Sorosite, transgender, LGBT perversion that has nothing European in it. So, long live real Europe, but in order to transform this myth of the past in the project of the future, you need to overthrow your ruling elite. This elite is betrayals, is traitors. This elite is traitors of real European identity. Multipolarity in European space means a war, a civil war against ruling elites. That has nothing to do with Ukraine, with Russia, with China. That has to do with Europe. It is your motherland. It is your land. It is your country. It is your earth. And it is up to you to make a final decision concerning the being of Europe. Best wishes, and thank you very much to assist this very important conference on multipolarity.
Thank you so much to Professor Alexander Dugin. Now I want to welcome some of our Italian friends. Especially in this moment, I want to give the word to Renato Graziani, chief of La Corte dei Bruti.
Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Thank you so much for your presence.
Okay, thanks a lot. Good day, everyone. My name is Renato Graziani. I am Italian, and I believe that my homeland is where people fight for the idea. Together with many other Italian friends of Professor Dugin, I am engaged in the dissemination of the multipolar vision and, above all, in the defense of the orthodoxy of the multipolar vision of Alexander Dugin. Our commitment to convey a correct vision of the multipolar theory is also manifested through art. Before and beyond the world, art is a universal language. Over time, art has become a language for communicating with others, but initially it's served to know reality through representation. In fact, art perceives reality and through its interpretation transforms into an idea. Art is a language that starts from the heart and is directed to other hearts. Today, we can confirm that multipolar theory is a keystone of the epochal change we are experiencing. Today, we can also say that multipolarity is certainly a revolutionary idea. When I use the term revolution, it's important to know its only real meaning. The term revolution, from the Latin revolvere, means to restore a previously established order. If we want to disseminate the multipolar thought, it's very important to defend and nurture the orthodoxy of theory of the multipolar world expressed by Professor Dugin. This topic is of great strategic importance. This is a fundamental issue if we want to achieve a real and lasting victory of the unipolar world. But even more over the non-polar worldview that represented the main enemy of the culture war we are fighting. The non-polar worldview conceived as a transformation and overcoming of the unipolar or multilateral vision is in full swing. Today, this is the real and most dangerous antagonist of the multipolar world. The advent of this no-polar vision was announced by Professor Dugan more than a decade ago, not as possibility, but as an imminent certainty in the culture war we are fighting. The culture war is divided into three phases. The first two phases are asymmetrical. Asymmetry is determined by an unbalanced relationship between the opposing forces. In the first phase of the culture war, the power, the mainstream, prevents a new and dangerous idea from manifesting itself, that is, from coming to light over the longest possible period of time. The unique thought, the dominant thought, imprison it in a jail and try to silence it in every way. In the second phase of the culture war, after acknowledging that this idea, our idea, has nevertheless managed to escape from the prison in which it was locked up, a period of demonization and ridicule began. It is an attempt at discrediting with no holds barred. When this period also ends without having obtained the desired results, the third phase of the battle begins. The third phase of the culture war is finally symmetrical, but victory is still a long way off. The third phase of the culture war is the most insidious. The purpose of our enemy in this last phase is to contaminate an idea that is proving to be successful. The enemy tries to deprive the idea of its original strength. Power seeks to manipulate it and separate it from its creator and from the thinking labs that have nurtured, protected, and spread it. Apparently, it's the same that a part of the ruling power, still dominant, albeit in obvious difficulty, has accepted a confrontation. Instead, the power has simply changed the strategy to neutralize the idea. The history of those great social transformations, called revolutions, offer us many examples in this regard. This third phase is the most difficult to overcome. Here, the principle of orthodoxy of thought is of vital importance. Without the integral force of orthodoxy of thought, defeat is certain. Therefore, my intervention wants to invite to reflection on what countermeasures are necessary to win this further battle. I have identified two guidelines for an effective operational practice. The first guideline focuses on providing a clear picture, a deep analysis of how the multipolar theory has been understood or perceived at a different geographical and cultural latitude and longitude, both by those who declare themselves in favor and by those who think they are against. This task is accomplished through a documentary work that involves dialogue with various anthropologists analyst, geopolitical scholar, political philosopher, journalist, large companies executives, clergyman, influencer, and even a politician. It is important to carry on this research work by involving everyone. As I said before, both those who are in favor and those who are against. It is necessary to ask everyone what the multipolar vision is and why they are for or against it. This work must be translated into a documentary film to be disseminated. The second guideline focuses on using all artistic disciplines, both classical and innovative ones, to spread the multipolar thinking. Our research on the possibility of raising the consciousness of Westerners has confirmed that 90% of people between the ages of 25 and 40 no longer have critical skills. It is a mass of living beings that can no longer be recovered without a critical conscience, and therefore homologated to the unique thought and reduced to the figure of terminals of a terminal. Much more interesting is the data concerning the age ranging from 5 to 20 years. In this age group, it is absolutely possible to intervene successfully. Our efforts in popularizing multipolar thinking will target all age groups, but it is very important to especially focus our attention and the greatest investment of mental energy and economic resources to the adolescent group. Thus, also for this reason, an experimental cultural laboratory started and took shape in Italy to study new form of communication of the myth, the ritual, and the symbol as elements of a formation of the individual to bring him closer to an ultra-physical dimension. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry for my English first.
Thank you so much to Renato Graziani. Now I kindly invite to speak Dr. Stefano Vernole from the Centro Studi Eurasia Mediterraneo, the Center of Studies Eurasian Mediterranean, geopolitical analyst, for his speech. Thanks for being here, Stefano, and for the presence of the Centro Studi Eurasia Mediterraneo.
Okay, good evening. The Center Study of Eurasia Mediterraneo is a think tank, Italian think tank that study international relations and geopolitics, but the cultural relations too. We had active to 12 years. For this evening, thanks to organization, I talk about the actual phase of geopolitical situation. Many analysts already speak of multipolarity as a process that has completed. In reality, we are still in a transition phase that the Russian diplomat Maria Kodinskaya-Goleniseva defined a few years ago as a polycentric dualism. In the past, the Eurasian geopolitical philosopher Alexander Dugin rightly separated the concept of multilateralism, a convenient situation which only serves to distinguish the inequality between the hegemon, United States, and its servants, its vassals, the nations of the Atlantic Alliance, from that of multipolarity, a concept dear to those who don't accept to United States unipolar hegemony on the planet. There can be no compromise between the supporters of the two camps, especially since Putin enunciation of guiding principle and the systematization of alternative military and economic instruments, for example, Bank of BRICS, Organization of Cooperation of Shanghai, etc., has widened the gap between the respective sides. Returning to Dugin, he speaks that a multipolar world is not a bipolar world, because in today's world there is no power that can resist the strategic power of the United States and NATO countries by its own strength. And there is no ideology general and coherent capable of uniting a large part of humanity in a clear ideological opposition to ideology of liberal democracy, capitalism, and human rights, on which the United States now founds a new single ideology. But can modern Russia, China, India, or any other state claim to be a second pole under such conditions? For Dugin, in the past, the establishment of bipolarity is impossible due to ideological and military technological reasons. But today, on respect by the BRICS and their partners for the shared principles of non-interference in internal affairs of sovereign states, combined with the affirmation of cultural specificity, specific economic models, for example, productive economy versus financial economy, and different visions of the world, for example, the concept of family, has already divided the geopolitical chessboard between two poles in constant competition with each other in all areas of the planet. The acceleration of competition between the two camps in recent years has in effect forced in one way or another all nations or all states to take sides on one side or the other. If it is true that we currently do not yet live in a multipolar geopolitical system, it is equally true that its completion is the transition to a new bipolar phase, which, even if it is no longer based on historical ideological opposition between capitalism and Marxism, it retains epochal difference in worldviews. Therefore, it is not just a question of proposing a reorganization of international relations or of interpreting the current historical phase as the transition from geopolitical to geoeconomic competition, but of deepening the already existing synergy between the forces that tend to favor multipolarity, in order to make it clear that the current precarious bipolar balance can only be broken with the strategic downsizing of the United States of America. Only when Washington accepts or is forced to renounce its attempt at world hegemony in the face of evidence of its incapacity to lead the planet, will the longed for multipolar system be created. In the meantime, the intermediate phase can only be increasingly bipolar, as recent events are highlighting the entrenchment of the Atlantic world, including Europe, in defense of the supremacy of the United States dollar, for example. At the same time, the end of Eurocentrism requires a new idea force from the supporters of the multipolar world, which imposes the end of the assumption of westernization, modernization, liberalism, democracy, human individual right as the only possible progress of humanity. Approaches of cultural change that should be coordinated with the BRICS countries, which could soon be joined by at least 20 other nations from various parts of the globe. They should then recognize the role guide of Russia in Europe and try to coagulate all those anti-American forces present within the old continent, bearing in mind that subordination and complicity of the European Union with the United States imperialism. A peaceful transition from unipolarity to multipolarity could be more convenient for everyone. The world would be divided into zones of influence where the regional and neighboring powers take action to resolve the various issues peacefully. It is the model that defines multipolar globalization because it is based on a different actors' civilizations. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Stefano Vernole. Now we have the recorded video from another speaker, Haniet Arkian, Professor Haniet Arkian. She is half Iranian and half Italian and speaking to our conference.
I think that, first of all, we should have a broad picture of what is happening in the world today. The first thing that I would like to point out is that the new multipolar order is already here. We are no longer in transition, and I will always want to mention the important events which made this transition more tangible. In summer 2015, General Soleimani went to Moscow, and a few months later, Russia intervened in the fight against terrorism in Syria alongside the legitimate government of Bashar Assad and resistance forces, including Iran and Hezbollah. So I believe that 2014, with the coup d'etat in Ukraine, and 2015 with the intervention of Russia in Syria, were the years in which the transition from the unipolar order to the multipolar order became more tangible, with Russia and other countries becoming fully aware of the West being unreliable and its policies dangerous. In particular, the 12 and more years of the fight against terrorism, which is supported by Western countries, and on the other side, Syria, Iran, Iraq, Russia, and Lebanon fighting against terrorism, have marked a division in the world. On one side, the globalists and warmongering countries, and on the other side, the states which want to safeguard their interests, identity, and culture. So there is an opportunity now to strengthen the multipolar order in which collaboration and dialogue coexist, and there is no need to destroy cultural, religious, and national identities as it happened in the unipolar order. If we manage to achieve this real collaboration, not the globalist one, it will be precisely this kind of collaboration that will allow us to rediscover our identity, as well as to preserve and strengthen it without feeling the need to destroy the identity of others. And we saw this kind of collaboration in the Middle East with the resistance forces fighting against terrorism. The globalists and warmongering groups wanted a perpetual state of instability as to allow them to exploit and steal the rich resources of the free peoples of the Middle East. However, they have failed in their plan of total conquest of this strategic region, as well as in the total imposition of their interests on the rest of the world. But to complete the realization of the multipolar order, it is necessary to unite forces, and to do this, we should follow the model of the fight against terrorism in the Middle East. The school and example of General Soleimani can be a model for all peoples. The ideological school of Soleimani has managed to unite individuals from different religious traditions and nationalities to fight terrorism and to oppose the hegemony of globalists and warmongering groups. We are no longer in a transition phase. The time has come to completely replace the false Pax Americana with the real Pax Multipolaris. However, let us remember that to do this, it is necessary not only to join forces, but to rediscover and consolidate our identity traditions, just like in the Middle East, where Muslims and Christians and other groups have united in the fight against terrorism, which is not only military, but also ideological. From an economic point of view, the realization of the multipolar order can be achieved by encouraging new economic alliances, and the Shanghai Organization and BRICS are examples of these type of international economic groups, which are not bound to the American and unipolar order, and they are based on specific strategic principles such as respecting the independence, sovereignty, and cultural and national identity of other states, and not meddling in the internal affairs of other states. The economic cooperation among different states should be such that one of them does not become completely dependent on the other, as we see nowadays, for example, in Europe, where the European countries having put sanctions on Russia because of the NATO war in Ukraine. These European countries have become completely dependent on the United States. During the 23rd Shanghai Organization Summit, Iranian President Raisi cautioned against the dominance of the dollar in global exchanges and stressed that the de-dollarization is a necessity to form a just international system, because based on the experience of the past decades, it is now obvious that militarism and the dominance of the dollar form the basis of the Western domination system. Therefore, any attempt to shape a fair international system requires the removal of this instrument of dominance. And also in that summit, Raisi also stated that civilization is the greatest capacity of the Shanghai Organization member countries to build the unity and peace, and he stressed the importance of promoting a civilization of this ancient continent based on ethics, spirituality, justice, rationality, and respect for human dignity. Again, mentioning another economic aspect, Iran has accumulated more than 40 years of experience in circumventing US sanctions, and for this reason it has been helpful to Russia. In reality, in the new multipolar order, sanctions no longer have the effect that they had in the past, and they are only to the disadvantage of those who impose the sanctions. For example, the European countries is an example of how they are now under pressure of these sanctions, but the sanctions are against Russia. Just to give an example, it is expected that the European economy will represent only 7.4% of the world economy, slightly less than China's 7.5%. And this figure plays in comparison to the United States, which accounts for 11% of the global economy. So of course, when looking at the individual countries, European countries, the economic disparity becomes even more pronounced. In addition, the United States has experienced an increase in purchasing power and a decrease in inflation, allowing for a significant reduction of more than 6% in 1 year and a 2% increase in economic growth. And in contrast, Europe has reduced inflation by only 2% on average, with the European economic growth stagnating at 1%. This discrepancy has led to a substantial decrease in the unemployment rate in the United States, which stands below 3%. While the unemployment rate in Europe remains around 8%. Simply put, Europe is facing considerable economic pressure due to its involvement in the war in Ukraine, particularly in the energy sector, where it has become increasingly dependent on the United States. This dependence has contributed to the economic growth of the United States. And furthermore, Europe's heavy sanctions on Russia, which previously had extensive economic ties to the region, have increased the dependence of the European countries on the US and China. Meanwhile, the United States has been able to invest freely in technology and further moving away from competitors and becoming a global technology leader, while the peoples of Europe find themselves on the front lines of a war wanted by the United States and NATO. The US and the NATO will fight this war until the last Ukrainian has been killed, and if not stopped, until the last European. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Professor Tarchian for your speech. Now I kindly invite Giacomo Maria Prati from Italy, writer, to talk for us. Are you here? Are you here, Giacomo? Thank you so much.
Ecco qua. Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody. My special thanks to Reinaldo Graziani and Lorenzo Maria Pacini. I'm sorry for my bad pronunciation, my poor pronunciation, because I don't like English. Now I'm reading my speech. I'm sorry. Multipolarity as an imperial and mythogonic necessity. Multipolarity as a new vital world trend in geopolitical and international relations, and is a new cooperative and participatory mentality as its deepest reason for being in a necessity that is much logical as mythogonic, which pertains to the very structure of reality, as well as to the structure of the imperial dimension of power. By mythogonic, a term I invented a few years ago when my book Mythogonia was published, I mean the dynamic and performative essence of myth, that is its vital and timeless irradiation. The term derives from the mingling of the word myth with that which indicates combat, struggle, challenge in old Greek language, agoge. Ago also means to celebrate, to party, to drive, to excite, to lift. If myth does not do this, it's only a study of myth, an ethno-historical attempt and no further. Not mythogonic from gignomai, as destined from past, only for blood, but as a profound capacity to act, to effect. Now, a movement rising from within, from the abyss, like Professor Dugin always us. Until a few years ago, talking about empires, evoke distant boyhood studies, the memory of the Babylonians and the Assyrians, and at most a few vestiges of ancient Rome. Nothing could be older, outdated, and almost ridiculous. Today, faced with the need to realistically accept an increasingly complex, heterogeneous, multi-layered, and contradictory socio-existential situation between forward-looking technological futuristic trusts and an ever more widespread desire for a more organic and even more archaic and natural life, a new nostalgic love for the small homelands emerges in unison with the recognition of the need for an imperial dimension as the only cultural form capable of managing such complexity and governing it in a harmonious and balanced manner. Multipolarity thus appears to us today as the timeless intrinsic essence of every imperial reality, both as an internal federal self-governing projection and as an authoritative external projection. Almost every true empire is federal internally and multiform also in its capacity for external projection. Italian feudalism was, from the Emperor Constantine onwards and for 15 centuries, the greatest and most vital expression of cultural and social biodiversity, superior to the same internal and relational differentiation proper to the Roman Empire. Maritime republics, free cities, imperial communes, signorie, the millenary Republic of Venice, the leopard spot domination of the Catholic Church, private latifundia, small peasant estates, city commons, woods, pasture of common use, demonstrate a vital differentiation that radiates both horizontally and vertically, also in a social sense and perspective. Professional guilds, confraternities, associations, city militias, religious convents, differentiated and multiform magistracies. Here, the natural ancient multipolarity as a set of relational social bodies that expresses a profound balance between order and chaos, between differentiation and hierarchy, between community and heroic and authoritative direction. Today, therefore, we are called upon to think of multipolarity in all its possible perspective, and especially in its mental position of centrality that radiates in multiple forms as from within a Platonic solid. It's not coincidence that the complex Platonic forms designed by Leonardo from Luca Pacioli were, in the best of Italian Neoplatonic humanism, true talismans and emblems of wisdom revealing the dynamics and charism of nature. Shapes that not only synthesize the element of nature, but also represent a vision tending forward the sphere and at the same time holding together more than only one geometric form. Even when they are formed by repeating only triangles or pentagons, as in the dodecahedron and icosahedron, their position is articulated as in a spiraling dance or in a sequence reminiscent of DNA. Multipolarity establish and represent the most natural and normal condition for ensuing true progress as the irradiation development of all the capacity of community as a territory or a set of communities and territories. Multipolarity as a relation dimension mutually in place a central mental position and thought, mediation between future and past, height and low, unified verticalization and participatory sharing. The wisdom of Greek myth reminds us of a timeless character of multipolarity. Ancient Greece, like the long epoch of Western Christendom, later interrupted by an industrial revolution imposed ideologically and managed elitistically, experienced a living non-ideological multipolarity that was spiritual and geo-anthropological before being political and formal. A relational multipolarity that also performed both vertically and horizontally. The vertical axis was visualized in the solstitial journey of Apollo from Delphi to the land of Upper Boreans and of Zeus from Olympus to the red Ethiopia of myth, without forgetting the sacred streams of the cosmos defined by the east of Colchis, the lands of the Scythian and Persian, and the west of the happy island of Circe, Calypso, Thule, the Phoenicians, the Phaeacians, and Atlantis. Horizontally, this archetypal and profound spiritual multipolarity was realized in a series of living polarities founding the Greek self-consciousness itself, the game of Olympia, the rite of Eleusis and Samothrace, the Greek sanctuaries, first and foremost that of Delphi. The Greeks existed as a confederation of people, as a koine, in Greek old language, koine, community, universal community, only around these multiple polarities. The Greeks were never an empire before Constantinople, but thanks to their multipolarity, they defeated two empires that were not so multipolar like Greeks. First the Trojans and then the Persian. Also incorrect is the cliché that sees the ancient Greeks as racist, who considered all other non-Greek population as barbarians and inferior people. Even before Alexander the Great was absorbed the universal idea of empire from the Persians for the first time, ancient Greeks had always had admiration for non-Greek peoples, such as the Nordic Hyperboreans, the Scythian peoples, and the glorious Egypt. The historian Herodotus devotes ample space in his writing to the Scythian peoples, who occupied the Greek Sarmatian plain stretching from Black Sea to the Caspian Sea, and were distinguished by their skill in working with gold and other metals, and as well as their great warriors' abilities. Lucian from Samosata, all the Greek writer, dedicates one of his books to the Scythian sage Anacarsis, called Anacarsis, considered by many to be one of the 7 sages of archaic Greece, and the historic Athens itself, Aristotle and Aristophanes, remind us entrusted its defense to Scythian archers. Herodotus again expresses his great admiration for Egypt, seen as a land of wisdom, of glorious and great antiquity, in comparison to which the Greeks seems like mere children. The Greek gods themselves in the myth, when the immense monster and giant Typhon, son of Gaia, defeats Zeus and conquers Olympus, they all flee to Egypt, transforming themselves into animals. The 50 Danaans come from Egypt and Cadmus from Phoenicia, the one who teaches the alphabet to the Greeks. The neoclassical vision of ancient Greece is an ideological, erroneous, and falsifying vision. Archaic Greece was a shamanic and multipolar Greece, both internally and in external relations. A Greece that did not live enclosed in its Aegean or confined to southern Italy, but mingled with Scythian peoples in the Black Sea, with Egyptian in the Nile Delta, in a port of Canopus, with Hittite peoples in Asia Minor, with Thracian people along the Danube, and with Celts in the west. Homer tells us of the Macedonians as allies of the Trojan Empire, along with the Ethiopians and the Persians of Sasa. In fact, Allio is the greatest testimony to what an Eurasian empire is, a complete empire, both land and sea, and one that holds peoples in unity along both axes, north-south and east-west, directly controlling only a small region, as it based its power on the stability of confederal and federal alliances that even reached the Asian Amazon. The Spartans maintained friendly relations for centuries with the Persian Empire, with which they shared similar titanic and solar cult, such as horse sacrifice. It's not coincidence that Sparta did not follow Alexander the Great against Persia, and the Persian gold was the only one to enter Laconia. And it's not coincidence that Sparta stopped in Egypt and Phoenicia and Cyprus before reaching Troy, on the outward journey with Paris and on the return journey with Menelaus. Greek myth, the spiritual, sacred, and timeless heart of all of Hellas, teaches and reminds us of this multi-millennial fact, how Hellas was multipolar and Eurasia was a living, normal reality. Even Greek hero is a traveler and explorer, and is called upon to undertake great feats that are as much in the fair north of the Hyperboreans, Perseus and Heracles, according to Apollodorus' account, and they are in the east of Asia, Jason in his quest for the Golden Fleece, Heracles in the Amazon and the Garden of Hesperides, Bellerophon in Asia Minor against Chimera, Dionysus in his triumphal journey to India via the Caucasus, as recorded in his poem None of Panoply, all the Greek and Egyptian writer. Without the Asian plains and Arctic snow, the Greek heroes would not have become Greek heroes. Artemis and Apollo are Asian divinities, worshipped by the Scythians and the people of Asia Minor. And only after the Trojan War is their cult spread more widely in Hellas, especially in Sparta. Iphigenia becomes priests of Artemis in Tyre, in Crimea, and Medea, sister of Zeus and daughter of the sun, is a wise and only woman from Cappadocia. The geography of the myth turns out to be extremely concrete and precise. Tanai, Thermodon, Borystene, and the Amazon River correspond to Don, Dnieper, and Volga. Even Achilles is not buried in Greece, but in the Black Sea on an island of snakes. A multipolarity is also enriched by social aspects in recalling the marriage between Theseus and Hippolyta, the queen of Amazon, and the greater freedom enjoyed by Spartan women, a heritage that is certainly Asiatic Oriental, as the theme of Woman of the Isle of Lemnos confirms. The human being is multipolar, heart and mind, soul, body, spirit, praxis and thought, memory and vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Giacomo Maria Prati for the speech and the presence. Now we give the word to our Italian-African friend, Sa François Farafin Sandono, that sent his speech to us.
È in quanto amico del movimento eurosetista internazionale che prendo la mia parola oggi. Ma prima di iniziare questa allocuzione vorrei ringraziare il professor Lorenzo Maria Pacini per il suo invito, referente in Italia del movimento internazionale eurosetista, e rendere soprattutto omaggio a Daria Dughina, una grande donna, una grande resistente, una grande combattente, una grande figura che ha consacrato e sacrificato la sua vita per difendere la sovranità dei popoli, la sovranità delle diverse civiltà e la multipolarità che ci concerne a tutti. Ed è proprio attorno a questo argomento che oggi discuteremo, la multipolarità, tema a lei tanto caro. Noi le rendiamo omaggio perché sappiamo benissimo che ovunque essa si trovi, lei ci guida in questa battaglia che ci concerne a tutti. Nel XX secolo c'era un confronto tra due modelli civilizzazionali. Ad ovest il capitalismo, ad est il comunismo. Il comunismo è stato vinto con il crollo del muro di Berlino e il capitalismo è mutuato in una forma più brutale, più selvaggia, che è quella che chiamiamo globalismo neoliberale. Un globalismo neoliberale presente sia sul piano economico che sul piano culturale. Un globalismo economico che si è instaurato ovunque e che è comunque contestato ai quattro angoli del mondo, così come un globalismo culturale perverso, degenerato, che si oppone a ogni volontà alternativa di costruire, pensare il mondo. Questo globalismo culturale è nocivo, perché è un globalismo culturale che attacca la famiglia, che distrugge la patria, che lotta contro Dio onnipotente che non genera, che non è stato generato, che lotta contro ogni volontà di pensare in modo alternativo. E questo globalismo è un male che ci concerne tutti. Questa idra globalista è un male che bisogna combattere e a cui bisogna resistere. Il globalismo neoliberale, che è materializzato dalle forze occidentali, in primis dagli Stati Uniti, si oppone a ogni volontà multipolare dei blocchi ovunque quattro angoli del mondo di costituirsi e resistere per pensare modelli politici, economici, culturali alternativi. È chiaramente un nemico a cui bisogna resistere. Noi in Africa, noi panafricanisti, resistiamo a un male plurisecolare che è il neocolonialismo, che deriva dallo schiavismo, che deriva dal colonialismo. E siamo coscienti, pur combattendo le forze neocoloniali francesi e occidentali, siamo coscienti che esiste un male ben più superiore, che è il globalismo neoliberale. Resistiamo a questo globalismo e vogliamo costituire un mondo multipolare. Quando si parla di multipolarità si parla di diversi poli che sono sovrani, indipendenti e seguono una linea ideologica, una linea politica, una linea economica, una linea culturale in armonia, in adeguazione con la loro civiltà, con la loro ontologia. 6 secoli precedenti era l'Occidente a dittare, a fissare le regole, il diktat. In questo XXI secolo i poli esisteranno e saranno i poli a guidare l'umanità, secondo la propria volontà appunto di instaurarsi in questo concerto di poli, in questo concerto multipolare. Quando si parla di multipolarità Si parla di un polo africano sovrano indipendente, di un polo sudamericano sovrano indipendente, di un polo europeo sovrano indipendente, libero dalle forze globaliste. La multipolarità è futuro. Bisogna comprendere che oggi la battaglia non è tra l'est e l'ovest, tra il sud e il nord, ma una battaglia tra il bene, rappresentato da noi forze della multipolarità, noi forze tradizionali, opposte a un progressismo degenerato, a un modernismo deregolamentato che si oppone al piano di Dio e che si oppone a ogni volontà di essere veramente liberi. È una battaglia contro le forze del male, contro le forze isfetiane. Sì, una battaglia contro le forze isfetiane, una battaglia contro l'isfet. E non è nemmeno una battaglia di colore, ma di dolore, perché subiamo tutti la stessa asfissia, lo stesso male, la stessa frusta che emana da questo globalismo che non vuole un mondo multipolare, perché sono coscienti le forze globaliste apolidi che in realtà la multipolarità rappresenta il futuro e la multipolarità è la vera chiave per un mondo libero, in Africa, in Europa, in Sud America, come altrove. Uniamoci, restiamo connessi, restiamo sincronizzati e combattiamo per il bene dell'umanità. Il bene dell'umanità risiede nella multipolarità. Il bene dell'umanità risiede nella multipolarità.
Thank you so much to François Farafin Sandono. Now I kindly invite Mr. Eliseo Bertolasi, PhD, anthropologist, representative of the movement of Russophiles in Italy. Thank you so much, Eliseo, for your presence. Can you activate your audio, please? Thank you so much.
Mi senti? Lorenzo?
Yes, it's
Mi
working.
sentite?
Funziona, sì.
Mi sentite?
Yes.
Allora, buonasera professor Pacini, buonasera professor Dugin, buonasera cari colleghi. I think today the Ukrainian conflict is a factor of the solution of the unipolar world. The world changed, it changed quickly. Change is before everyone's eyes and is getting faster and faster. We leave behind an unipolar world led by the United States, whereas a military and economic and cultural power, in this case as an exporter of cultural models, it could roam across continents to impose its directives through strategic international policies of either blackmail or force. Now a multipolar world is forming and structuring before us. The BRICS are made of 5 powerful nations. Since its conception, it has now morphed into a giant magnet, drawing those nations to itself which aspire for a peaceful world, run with principles of mutual cooperation and, above all, of respect, instead of threats and diktats for execution. The core principles of BRICS are drawn. A long list of nations that now wish to join the BRICS. If this path continues, and I am convinced that it will, it is not hard to imagine a stupendous shifts in the geopolitical and economic realms in the coming years. This shift from the Western central control system to a more decentralized world as portrayed by the integration of nations in BRICS is perceived as a direct and obvious threat to the West. A world awaits us, which does not aim to destroy the USA, but to reduce its power by promoting placing other powers, other countries, or group of countries, such as the BRICS, on equal footing on the global stage. The conflict in Ukraine, which I remember began in 2013, is not only the result of this change, of this paradigm shift, but today we can say it has also become the strong catalyst of this change. This conflict only on the surface is a conflict between Russia and Ukraine. In fact, this is a conflict of the West throughout its military arm NATO against Russia on the territory of Ukraine. Ukraine is the means, not the purpose for the Western game. Ukraine and Russia have always been linked by many identity ties, cultural, linguistic, religious. The people of the two countries are also linked by a dense and intricate network of individual family ties. This war, born in 2013, through the Western-inspired coup d'etat, through the so-called Euromaidan uprising, to create an anti-Russian on Russia's borders and to detach Ukraine from Russia's area of influence. The idea and the presupposition of this action, of this coup d'etat, were certainly those of preventing or at least damaging Russia, which was reborn as a global and hegemonic superpower after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The USA couldn't allow it. An emerging and powerful Russian would have dented their world leadership. However, before our eyes, we observed the paradoxical result of this conflict. I repeat, conceived and planned by the West, which aimed to use Ukraine as a hammer against Russia. If the initial intention of the USA were to defeat or at least contain and resize Russia in order to continue to act as the only world power, on the contrary, now we see that Russia is getting stronger and that a new multipolar world order is emerging and taking shape. This war is only hurrying the decline of the West. What is the European Union doing? In fact, the European Union has fully embraced use policies, is by now clearly an economic dwarf. It is an institution engaged in policies to promises its people to future and lasting and increasing inflation and ever higher living costs, which will assuredly lead to a future of poverty. In addition to this, the European Union has shown that it is also a military dwarf in the sense of not possessing any type of political subjectivity and vision of international relations that place European interest at the center, but only blind and unconditional obedience to diktat of the Anglo-American axis. From a military point of view, in fact, Europe is NATO, which is a military extension of the USA, and which for this very reason will only serve US military plans. The European Union has been reduced to a Euro-federal apparatus in the hand of the technocrats, now despised and hated by the majority of its citizen subjects. Probably, if the European Union were to lose the geopolitical game with Russia, which is now being played in Ukraine, it will face a collapse similar to the one that engulfed the Warsaw Pact countries 3 decades ago. From here, we understand the tenacity with which the leaders of the European Union support Ukraine in all-out war, more and more aid, more and more weapons, not to any peace negotiation, but all-out war to the last Ukrainian. It doesn't matter if Ukrainian will come out totally destroyed. It doesn't matter if many more young Ukrainians will have to die. The European Union does not want and cannot stop this war. Its interests are totally subordinated to US interests. The interests of the USA don't correspond to the interests of the European Union, but are only functional to the power of the US itself. So, in conclusion, today, those who in Europe have a position of skepticism toward the European Union, those who today are fighting the supranational powers that are ruining our country, those who today in Europe believe and still aspire to the return of sovereignty of individual states, they cannot be equidistant or indifferent to outcome to the Russian-Ukrainian conflict. If NATO, with its massive support for Ukraine, emerges politically defeated from this conflict, then the ties bind Europe to the USA will significantly weaken. This result will inevitably mark the decline of the Western Bloc as the only world power, definitively opening the world to a new multipolar order. Grazie a tutti per la vostra gentile attenzione, cari amici e colleghi.
Thank you so much to Mr. Eliseo Bertolasi, anthropologist. Now we're gonna see from the online connection of another friend that is Alessandro Fanetti. He is a geopolitical analyst and journalist from the group of Come Don Quixote from Italy.
Thank you to Professor Lorenzo Maria Pacini for the gladly received invitation, and a warm greeting to Professor Dugin, to the colleagues present, and to all the listeners. In this turbulent third millennium of ours, characterized primarily by the clash between unipolarism and multipolarism, it is, in my judgment, essential to revisit the past with its examples and teachings. As has been well summarized by the French theologian and philosopher Félicité de Lamennais, the past is like a lamp placed at the entrance of the future. There is no, and there can be no, aware and conscientious future without an understanding of the past and the ability to discern and internalize, materially and spiritually, the broad outlines of philosophy and thought, as well as the events that occurred in the decades and centuries that have preceded the earthly lives of every human being. To discern and internalize in order to understand, to shape, and to create the knowledge and the roots without which we would simply be apathetic beings, transhuman and post-human, stateless in the most extractive sense of the term and globalized for use, consumption, and at the service of a greedy and unscrupulous elite, interested only in its own eternal well-being, at the expense of all other living beings, living materially and spiritually. As well explained by a distinguished spokesman for this elite, the economist and writer Jacques Attali, one day we will have a world government and humanity will be divided into three categories. Rich nomads with all the freedoms. Theirs will be about 150 million. On the other hand, we will have 5 or 6 billion nomads of misery who will migrate between cities to find food. And then a central, intermediate category which will lie between the illusion of reaching the luxury nomads and the terror of ending up among the poor nomads. The diffusion and internalization of knowledge and of the roots of everybody are certainly a powerful antidote to this abomination. An antidote so powerful that we can see what the elite's response is to this risk. Promotion of ignorance, the attempt to destroy man as a sentient being, and the attempt to reset material and spiritual man, as well as society as a whole. An antidote that, despite everything, has nevertheless managed to show all its strength and its decisive capacity already several times throughout human history. An antidote capable to awaken the inner sleeping dog of the self and of society. In this regard, and as an example of this concept, I would like to recall to collective memory the story of the chieftain of the Kerushi tribe, Herman, and his valiant comrades in arms, at first enslaved to Rome and then, patiently waiting for the opportune moment, rebelled against the Romanization enforced by the empire. A rebellion comparable to a lethal bite on the neck of the unsuspecting victim, who up until just a moment before was the executioner. A bite so strong to make the Romans abandon all their dreams of glory beyond the eastern Rhine. It all began around 12 BC, when the first emperor of Rome, Octavian Augustus, launched his armies to the area inhabited by the various Germanic tribes and to the Balkans. Menacing military campaigns, apparently capable on the one hand of annexing significant territories and on the other of subduing the native populations. Subdue primarily through the Romanization of these peoples, as well explained by the scholar Massimo Pallottino, in fact. With the concept of Romanization we mean a process which gradually changes, or not gradually, in the first place, language, religious conceptions, and ways of life, and by the scholar Michela Mariotti. For the Romans, the Romanization of the empire is simply a process of civilization. For the Romans, dominating the world is the destiny of Rome. Be that as it may, this fate befell, for a short time, as well the various Germanic tribes of which the Kerushi and Prince Herman were part. A prince who was from the outstart Romanized, and thus making him learn the virtues and vices of this world. That then came handy when annihilating the Roman army in the decisive battle of Teutoburg in 9 AD. During the first part of life, in fact, he served in the Roman army and even obtained admission to the equestrian order and gained Roman citizenship with the Latinized name of Gaius Iulius Arminius. He had therefore been considered completely civilized, without understanding instead that the flame of identity, still linked to its deep roots, was very much alive within his inner self. A flame imbued with Germanic spirit that regained full force in Herman as well as others, when the arrogant and greedy Publius Quintilius Varus arrived as Roman governor of those lands. A governor who began accelerating the Romanization of those peoples. And it was in these moments that Hermann decided to take action against the Romans, bringing Publius Quintilius Varus in 9 AD to enter the Teutoburg forest, where thousands of Germans were waiting for him, ready to destroy his entire army. A devastation with few equals throughout the history of Rome. The Romanization imposed from above, the forced and unsolicited civilization had failed miserably. In conclusion, therefore, it is possible to affirm that if on the one hand the unipolar rulers have sometimes managed to subdue populations and different peoples, history teaches us that a light in the darkness remains always light, ready to illuminate the entire darkness and the right moment. Lights of the self and of society that remain lit for decades or centuries, without clues or particular signals, but that still have the strength to suddenly release all their energy when the opportunity arises. An energy that is never exhausted and is always able to recharge itself adequately. And this is what keeps hope and the will to fight alive at all times. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to Alessandro Franetti from Italy. Now I'm gonna read the speech from Maurizio Morelli, who couldn't join us. So he sent me his speech. I'm gonna read it. Maurizio Morelli, he is the Italian editor of Professor Dugin, and he is actually editor of the publishing house Aga Editrice. So thank you so much to Mr. Morelli. Now I'm gonna read his speech. I have this honor. Maurizio Morelli says, history knows slow and over-sudden upheavals. Slow was the advent of the Middle Ages, and equally slow was the one that led from the Middle Ages to Renaissance, in which, according to Julio Sebola, the seeds were sown of what would later be modernity, the age of subversion with respect to the word of tradition. The historical upheavals that arose with the advent of modernity, on the other hand, were almost always unforeseen upheavals, the triggering of which was often paradoxical. In 1914, 4 gunshots fired in Sarajevo triggered the process that would lead to the liquefaction of the Central Empires through a 4-year European civil war. At the tail end of this process was the October Revolution, which made people think that soon the whole of Europe would be Bolshevik. Instead, it happened that Europe, from the 1920s onwards, was essentially fascist. In 1940, who would have imagined that 5 years later we would have the Yalta and consequently the world divided into 2 blocks? And in the 60s and 70s, who would have bet on the implosion of the Soviet Union, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the reunification of Germany? With the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the liquefaction of the Warsaw Pact bloc, it was hard to imagine in the 90s that NATO would push its borders close to those of the newly born Russian Federation, and that the Atlanticists would cross every red line drawn by the Kremlin. Yet all this happened to the point of triggering that so-called Ukrainian crisis, the absolutely unpassable red line. Since the 90s, the unipolar New World Order project has experienced unstoppable growth. Almost the entire globe has fallen prey to it. This process has been called mondialism, which not a few confuse with globalism. Actually, if globalism refers to the commercial sphere, then such as a system has always existed. Imperial Rome traded with the entire then known and explored world from west to east. What differentiates ancient globalism from modern globalism is the globalization of high finance, the Trojan horse of globalism as a political project, a fundamental feature of liberal totalitarianism. The return to geopolitical greatness of Russia and China and the emergence of a new territorial powers such as India and Argentina have undermined unipolarism. Like example Gladys, the geopolitical, financial, and commercial global domination of Atlanticism and therefore United States hegemony. The multipolar theory took shape. Will the materialization of this new multipolar order be a slow process or a fast process? This is one of the fundamental questions we must ask ourselves. And through which process will it materialize? In the recent times, we have seen that in Africa and parts of the Middle East, the process is speeding up, while in Western Europe, against the interest of its people, and thanks to the poor quality of the political elites fed and supported by the US oligarchy, we are witnessing a senseless and self-defeating entrancement. An entrancement that will fatally crumble because of Atlanticist greed and its industrial military apparatus with the gamble in Ukraine. As for the mystifying language of unipolarism, we can see the typical manipulation of its culture. After a period of denial of the multipolarism source, the unipolar subject indicates multilateral practice as democratic and liberal. This is a lexical trick. Multipolarism and multilateralism are not the same thing. In fact, the latter is de facto negation of the former. Multilateralism puts unipolarism at the center, which along its sides contacts and subordinates every other geopolitical entity while maintaining decision-making hegemony. Those beyond those sides suffer the hegemony of liberal totalitarianism at every level. This lexical and conceptual contrivance must be rejected at the sender store, and instead the essence of multipolarism must be strongly affirmed, an order within which each large state subject generates its own energy, preserves its own differential identity and culture, and confronts the other poles with equal dignity and authority. And it's no coincidence that I say large state subject and not national, because as Alexander Dugin repeatedly emphasized and well argued in his text Theory of the Multipolar World, in a multipolar system, the number of constituted poles should be significantly smaller than the number of currently recognized sovereign states. Indeed, the overwhelming majority of these states are today unable to provide for their own prosperity or security on their own in the event of a conflict with an hegemonic power, such as the United States in the case of the modern world. They are politically and economically dependent on the external authority. Consequently, they cannot be centers of a truly independent and sovereign will in matters of international order. From this point of view, multilateralism serves this purpose: to keep the Westphalian system intact and dependent on small states by subjecting them to unipolarism veiled in a fictitious suggestion of interdependence and sovereignty of nations. This was the speech of Maurizio Murelli. We give him thanks so much. Now I kindly ask to Marco Ghisetti, are you here to talk to us? He is a geopolitical analyst of the Centro Studi Eurasia Mediterraneo, has Dr. Vennoret. Thank you so much for being here, Marco Ghisetti, to you the word.
Thank you, Professor Lorenzo Maria Pacini, for the invitation. Thank you, everyone who gives this speech. today and to all those that are listening to us. As for my speech, I want to stress that the victory of liberal ideology in the 20th century came about through the destruction of continental Europe and the establishment of the English-speaking empire by means of 3 European civil wars, 2 hot and 1 cold, which always had Mitteleuropa, i.e. Central Europe, as the main theater of conflict. Moreover, these wars led first to the power deposition of Europe, which until then had been at the pinnacle of world power, and finally to the beginning of the American-led unipolar globalization and to the universalization of liberal values. In regards to this American-led globalization, the Atlanticized Europe has acted as the bridgehead. The process of Atlanticization of Europe, now about a century old, has been twofold. On the one hand, it has entailed a most profound and pervasive re-education of the European peoples to the dogmas of the liberal Atlantic ideology. On the other hand, it has integrated continental Europe into a core-periphery relationship with North America that, from the American perspective, is irreversible. Precisely just like the 3 previous European civil wars, also the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, which can be understood as a phase of the 4th act of the European Civil War, or even of the Second 100 Years' War, has Central and Eastern Europe as its epicenter. Just like the first 2 wars, it is waged by the English-speaking empire against Germanized Europe, and in this case, also against Russia, as the only European power which has not been fully Atlanticized. That is so because American-led globalization has reached an impasse, whereas Russia and China's project for a multicentric, multipolar world is gaining momentum. Indeed, while the industrial base of China works as the main engine and factor causing the US relative decline, Russia's economic robustness and military capabilities not only facilitate and protect such a process, but also prevent the world balance of power from becoming too sinocentric. In other words, Russia's strategy is to facilitate the diffusion of power towards many centers of power, i.e. toward multipolarity, and does not intend to turn its back to American-led globalization just to accept a Chinese-led globalization or a globalization with Chinese characteristics. Because of this, Russia would likely welcome a more independent European center of power in order to counterbalance the ever-growing Chinese influence in Eurasia. Also China has made attempts to partly detach Europe from the United States and to draw it into greater Eurasia, as it is proven by the comprehensive agreement on investment signed with the EU 2 years ago. Europe too, especially following the process of economic Germanization which has undergone following the Cold War's border dissolution and German reunification, has in recent years shown a strong inclination toward the construction of deeper economic and political ties with the Eastern powers. The eastward march of European interests has threatened the transatlantic region, for it could have caused the breakup of the core-periphery relationship undergoing between the United States and Europe, and possibly even the affirmation of Germanized Europe as an independent center of power. In such circumstances, if and when the very center of power of Germanized Europe were to move, and not only economically, eastward, the American project for a unipolar world or of an American-led multilateral world will vanish overnight, altogether with its liberal values. It is a scenario which has notoriously been predicted by the very fathers of geopolitics, of contemporary world politics, such as Mackinder and Haushofer, and that has been haunting the strategic concerns of the Anglosphere since its first outline. For the United States, therefore, the war in Ukraine is a step toward the military disempowerment of Russia and the economic disempowerment of Europe, a cross-eyed war, looking with one eye on Moscow and the other one on Berlin. Moreover, it is a step certainly to be followed by the political, economic, and military confrontation between the United States and China, which is the main challenger of US world order. As for Russia, the war has accelerated Moscow's implementation of its plan aimed at dethroning the US, i.e., the alteration of world trade geography, and de-dollarization. It cannot be excluded that the final victory between unipolarity and multipolarity will depend on whether the European barycenter of power position itself. This means that the control of the European peninsula, and especially Central Eastern Europe, has become one of the main fields of confrontation between the two trends, if not the big prize. Currently, Europe finds itself between the hammer and the anvil. From the east, while China and Russia are interested in pulling Germanized Europe eastward and might even welcome the affirmation of a relatively independent center of power within Greater Eurasia, it is also true that they are aware that the road is being blocked by the United States. Moreover, the more Europe decouples from the Eastern powers and the more its economy is impaired, the less incentives the European powers will have in order to take European interests into consideration. But the coupling from the Eastern powers and deindustrialization is precisely the strategy implemented by the United States. Moreover, from the West, the more Asia grows, the more divergent the interest of Europe and the United States become. The risk of Germanized Europe slipping away to join the opponent's field is not, for the English-speaking empire, tolerable. Thus, the United States is likely to be willing to do whatever it takes to prevent it, starting from the suffocation of the German economy and the overall deindustrialization of Europe. It appears clearly that the European Union, which does not constitute Europe in its entirety, has chosen to side with the Western field, i.e. the English-speaking empire. This should come as no surprise, for this bureaucratic organization suffers from the two original sins that prevents it from doing otherwise. Firstly, this organization was created and promoted precisely in order to affirm and safeguard the Eurocentric relationship as an unequal partnership between Europe and North America. Thus, one can say that by acting as the American head bridge against Russia and by decoupling the economy of its member state from the Russian one, the EU is simply doing its job. Secondly, the new functional, mercantilist, and institutional ideology that has so far guided the process of European unification not only denies any assignment of meaning or spirit, but also disavows and cancels the many European cultures and identities inherited from the past. In their place, an inherent nationalism of a techno-mercantile type is promoted, which, due to the first original sin, is nevertheless precluded from becoming a center of power autonomous from the US-led transatlantic relationship. A similar argument can be made for the EU's member states themselves taken individually, which are far too small to become a main international actor in an era where only states that enjoy a continental size can truly be protagonists on the international arena. Overall, the EU decision to take firmly the US side after the de-escalation of the war in Ukraine and to refuse to play an intermediate role between the two sides by turning its back to a regional integration project is turning the European peninsula into a discharge zone for international tension. This means that the next future, not only economic wars, but also the military ones are likely to take place and escalate on the European peninsula. One must understand that the European power has been great powers after the destruction of Europe completed in 1945 and its reduction into an object of power politics of non-European power. However, while during the Cold War, Europe did enjoy a period of peace and prosperity, this will not be the case if Europe does not balance its interests between the West, the United States, and the East, Russia and China. In other words, a second Cold War would not be called for Europe. However, in Europe, there are some structural long-term elements that are resisting this drift. These are elements that go from a war culture that prefers the production of exportable goods over the speculative games of finance to a weak individualism as opposed to the unbounded individualism of the Anglo-Saxon societies. It is difficult to say how much of this European difference has survived the post-destruction of Europe re-education process. But it is nevertheless worth noting that had it disappeared completely, had not Germanized Europe built its growing wealth and economic power upon these elements and characteristics, it would not have been subject to such a fierce Anglo-Saxon antagonism. Within the ongoing phase of deep international transformation and struggle, the quest for finding an affirmed role for Europe that is not that of the discharge zone for international tension cannot but insist on and valorize such an European difference. In fact, one must understand that the destruction of Europe ended in 1941, and the reduction of Europe into a object of the power policies of non-European power have deprived Europe of any political agency. This means that any discussion on the possible affirmation of Europe as subject, not as an object of international policy, must be a path of a geopolitical and geophilosophical path. This is what any process of European reconstruction need to forge for itself. As the rise of the East and the upheaval of the balance of world power push Europe and the world into unknown water, it is not at all clear whether Europe will be able to force this path and to face the danger correlated to the clash between the American-led unipolarism and the Sino-Russian polycentric multipolarity. Should it be unable to do that, Europe will not only lose its economic prosperity and identity alongside the political agency it already lost in 1945, but it will also end up like a little nut crushed between two claws. Thank you very much for your patience and your time.
Thank you so much to Marco Ghisetti for his presence. Now we are gonna have another recorded speech from Lorenzo Nicola Roselli from the group Milizia Christi from the north of Italy.
Regards to all people participating to European Multipolarity Conference and to Eurasiatist International Movement. It's a great pleasure as Vice President of Italian Catholic political movement Milizia Christi to be here, virtually speaking, of course, in this important moment of reflection and rethinking of political categories in the threats and in the problems of this millennium. A new millennium of incredible changes in geopolitics, but also in political conditions that our nations are struggling. And Italy is not a different case from this. Milizia Christi, that I am representing by not so many years, because I started just 9 years ago as a person politically involved in our movement. It's one of the most historical political organizations that want to fight for a Catholic order according to Catholic teaching in its purity and its in the total speech that is behind the idea of a true Catholic corporatism, of a true Catholic welfare, of a true Catholic solidarist and distributive project, a syndicalist project that in 40° anno, but all Rerum Novarum and all the knowledge, all the wisdom that comes from Catholic moral encyclicals, but also from the reflection that the fathers, the doctors of church point out in the centuries for the social problem, for the political problems. It could be boring to expose our goals, our history. It's a history of activism, of strong activism against the terrible phase of new state atheism that liberalism has created and brought in Europe, that Milizia Christi fought in all these years. We had an important birthday. We were 30 years of activity last year. We have important conventions with international members, with professors, with an important theologian, Don Mark Hausman, to understand what is Catholic political and political action and political theory. And this is what we are actually fighting for, and what we want to bring in the contemporary political struggle. Multipolarity is an important element for a true Catholic politics. And in this moment where Americanism has got a strong crisis, but at the same time it's destroying all the basement of the foundations of natural law in our societies, in our Western political realities. It's important to understand that we have to be free from Americanism, not only in Europe but also in Northern America. In Northern America, states, they have to understand this. But in Europe, it's something so fundamental, so important that it will be mad to ignore this. It's not possible to have an Americanization in Europe. It's not possible to have the idea that the United States policy of control of the world that comes 6 years ago already explained perfectly. It's something that has to change. Multipolarity is a focus of all people with good intentions that want to touch the political ground, the common good, a concept important, in Thomistic philosophy, important Catholic authors and apologists. Chesterton wrote a very good thing about the common good and its importance in politics, that all modern parties, all parliamentary parties are ignoring in this moment. And well, in this very, very, very fundamental common good, we have to imagine a Europe that is free from American foreign policy, from Atlanticism and its net of lies, its net of illusions, its net of threats to peace, into a right, a correct, a moral social order. It's so important to remember this for a battle for common good. Catholics have always fought. There is a sentence that I love from Pope Pius, from Pope Leo the 13th, the Pope of Rome Novarum, that Catholics are born for combat, and that's true. They have always fight for a different order of the world compared to the one that in this last century is governing, is leading the modern and more powerful countries in the world, the Anglosphere, but also the European space now, and that a lot of countries are trying to overthrow, not for the idea of perpetual war, for an imperialist idea, but for changing the situation that we're living now. Catholics always fought for this. Catholics fought for this and are always fight because a liberal order couldn't destroy Christian society, and that was surviving, and in some ways it's still here, hidden by the sinful and wrong ideas that liberalism leads, and as a virus, as a plague, it it let grow in our world. Well, that Christian social order was the liberalist idea, and for that reason, Catholics in the last century were the Catholic hierarchies, the popes were very strong voice against this wrong order, this unipolar order that wanted also that the Vatican, the Holy See, was in NATO. It was a proposal that arrived to Pope Pius XII, and that Pope Pius XII refused. Well, we have to continue that fight, because in this moment we can finish that war, that long war that Catholics had with liberalism. And I think that it's important what is happening in Ukraine, the point that also the Pope was a voice to change the situation, the war situation that we are living for, also the American interest of Balkanization of Ukraine and of the sending, arms and tanks to the Zelensky government. Well, the Pope was against this. And it's important that from that thing that in the international scenario, moment of break from the Pope, we have to remind this and to go in that direction to fight what we are facing in Europe now, this war among European countries, this Balkanization of Ukraine now and then Europe, in the spirit that
Thank you so much to Lorenzo Nicola Roselli. Now I ask to Riccardo Vatelli, students of cyber technologies, to give a speech. Thank you so much for being here, Riccardo Vatelli from Italy.
Buonasera a tutti, mi sentite?
Yes.
Grazie. Good evening, everyone. As a passionate student of multipolarity, I'm honored to take part in this event and to be able to learn from the distinguished international personalities gathered here. This conference represents another important step on the path to a future multipolar world, and I'm thrilled to have the chance to speak as a guest, so I'm grateful for this opportunity. While I'm still a neophyte, I will try to touch upon and discuss about significant aspects and points of view concerning multipolarity from what I've studied thus far of the works of Professor Alexander Dugin and other present and past illustrious intellectuals. So, in the years following the collapse of the USSR superpower and the disappearance of the second pole represented by the socialist bloc within the bipolar world, the asymmetric advantage in strategic potential gained by the now remaining US superpower, or hyperpower in Hubert Védrine's words, seemed to pave the way toward the triumph of thalassocracy and the achievement of a geopolitical checkmate for the control of the heartland, thanks to the domination of the Rimland through a gradual harnessing of non-NATO countries in the meshes of Atlanticism. In this way, the United States, as the supreme modern embodiment of the sea power, was to permanently crush the land power, standing as the sole pole of world influence and as the promoter of a globalization process aimed at the worldwide affirmation of thalassocratic values, thus ending the existential clash between Behemoth and Leviathan. However, the unipolar American hegemony that arose at the end of the Cold War is faltering. The rosy expectations of the new American century, spearheaded by America at the apex, must reckon with the reality of an emerging multipolar world. History did not end. First of all, multipolarism stands as the antithesis of unipolarism, thus of US thalassocratic imperialism, of multilateralism, and alter-globalist, neo-Marxist, anti-globalist, and non-polar tendencies. Starting from its philosophical foundations, the multipolar theory rejects the imposition of universality advanced by the Western civilization, proponent of the imperishable myth of the so-called progress, and of a perpetual movement of centralization and simplification against the plurality of world ideologies, cultures, and religions. As opposed to neoliberal globalism, the multipolar theory outlines an approach fundamentally characterized by an appreciation of the variety of human cultures based on an anti-racist philosophy in a broad sense. While rejecting the absoluteness of those political, economic, and social dogmas professed by the Western civilization, including liberalism, materialism, and individualism, among the others, unquestionable discriminators between the West and the rest of the world, marked as inferior and underdeveloped because not properly aligned with them, multipolarity favors full recognition of the multiple existing kinds of humanity, each equally worthy and free to develop according to its own will, among which the Western European and North American ones constitute only two possible declinations. From a strategic point of view, an absolute pillar of the multipolar vision is the concept of pole as a composite power structure that brings together and integrates multiple territories to form an autonomous and cohesive political, economic, military, and socio-cultural configuration in pursuit of its strategic interests, in which the positive local heterogeneity of individual pole components is respected. Multipolarism does not propose a constitutive ideology of a new hypothetical second pole in line with a Cold War bipolar vision, but rather outlines a geopolitical project hinged on the formation of several sovereign world poles that, united together, manage to symmetrically challenge the established unipolar order. It presents a future multipolar world as the integration of a number of civilization states as main actors, whose number does not necessarily match that of current legally recognized nation-states, beyond the Westphalian model of nominal sovereignty. Civilization stands as a key notion of multipolarity, taking into consideration Samuel Huntington's formulation in this regard, and a key operative concept lies in the principle of great space, Carl Smith's Grossraum. It not only quantitatively delineates the specific morphological characteristics of a geographic area so identified, but also qualitatively describes the degree to which the space is integrated and developed in relation to the social and cultural cohesion formed in it. Civilization is framed as a historical form of great space characterized by cultural, philosophical, linguistic, and religious unity. There also exists another historical form of great space, embodied by the empire, a concept to this day still relevant and functional when considered in a properly political sense as a centralized organization of a multitude of local socio-political entities acting as a strategic unit in granting their security, while preserving and fostering the decision-making autonomy of the individual local realities on non-strategic matters, for example, the management of the educational and health system or choices in the economic field. An essential special continuity has been highlighted between civilization and empire, in which the great space is a common matrix. Therefore, the theory of great spaces is considered particularly suitable with respect to the political, cultural, and religious issues peculiar to a world order involving the coexistence of different decision-making centers corresponding to different civilizations, an order of great spaces. Regarding the technological and socioeconomic development from the perspective of disengaging from Western domination, modernization without Westernization represents a highly relevant thesis for the multipolar theory, a powerful conceptualization according to which the adoption of Western countries' technological achievements by non-Western countries has to be separated from the ideological content of the former and must not imply a gradual suppression of the latter's traditional value system and identity characteristics, so that the absorption of innovations and new methodologies produced by the West must only serve to assist the strengthening of the national system and the preservation of the cultural and economic sovereignty. In conclusion, I would like to briefly discuss about the European matter. Europe has often been considered an ideal candidate for the role of pole in the multipolar world, given the heterogeneity of its peoples, the breadth of its territories, and the amount of resources at its disposal. At present, however, it is an entity incorporated into the global Western project, whose political, cultural, and geopolitical strength and heritage has been submitted to the domination of the global empire, which considers it its own appendix, stripped of decision-making autonomy. The European geopolitical identity is regarded as twofold, an Atlantist one and a continentalist one, a battleground of worldviews. As long as the Atlantist identity is predominant, unipolarity will be favored, and specific European interests different from those of the US will not be pursued. Only when the continentalist identity will emerge, fulfilling its desire of independence from US hegemony, the chance will arise to create a politically, economically, and militarily autonomous power center whose boundaries will include the European civilization with its own identity and its own initiatives concerning the models to be adopted and the choices to be made in every field. By deviating from financial capitalism and totalitarian liberalism, Europe could be built on alternative foundations that would favor its continental geopolitical nature, eventually giving rise to a greater Europe, capable of interacting and cooperating with other civilizations of the multipolar world in order to counteract the Atlantist system. Thank you very much for your kind attention. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much to Mr. Riccardo Vattelli for his beautiful speech. Now we give the word to another of our friends, Luca Siniscalco, researcher of philosophy from Italy, connecting by distance.
Hello everyone, greetings from Italy. I'm Luca Siniscalco, and I will deliver a short presentation about the topics order, chaos, and multipolarity, proposing some geophilosophical considerations, which can be useful, I hope, for the reflection about the philosophical and symbolical dimension inside multipolarism. Order and chaos are fundamental structures of reality as a whole. They are consistent poles of the basic dynamic that characterize and produce life, movement, and relation. Without the connection between order, the fixed constant cosmos that ensures the ontological and epistemic stability of the unus mundus, and chaos, the preformal energetic dimension from which everything derives and toward which everything comes back in a dynamic process, nothing could be properly understood. The geographical and geopolitical domains can also be interpreted through the hermeneutical lens of these two concepts. It is precisely that holy dimension that links order and chaos to geographical and geopolitical sciences, which we are going to briefly touch in order to underline their role also in relation to multipolarity. The qualitative, spiritual, and archetypal dimension of spaces is also deeply connected to the concept of genius loci. This notion, which has recently been brought to the fore by Christian Norberg Schulz, who theorized the loss of genius loci in modern era as a loss of memory, orientation, and identification, finds its origin in the ancient Latin civilization. It refers to the numen, or spirit, which protects a place, that is a divine companion and defender of the quality and interior essence of that place. Every locus, every place, guarantees through its genius the existence and safeguarding of the transcendent immanence that finds different manifestations in different places. There is thus a strict correspondence between a place and its own genius loci. We should understand it as the whole relation, thus beyond the subject-object dichotomy, of man and God happening in a place. And the place inhabited by the genius is a place open to the event, in German using Heideggerian terminology, Ereignis, the eschatological event in which the being relates itself to the man, Dasein. This integral and holistic dimension, which can be found with different names and definitions in all human civilizations, allows us to underline that a sacred topology is another way of philosophically comprehending the essence of spaces, behind modern secularism and naive positivism. In this connection, wherever in sacred place the human and the spiritual subjectivities enter into relation, the figures of order and chaos also manifest themselves as poles of this original, at the same time eternal and dynamic exchange. Chaos is the energetic and primeval power which gives life to the place and that is mastered by the genius loci as a figure of order. But man also has chaos within himself, and therefore aspires to reach the spirit of the place as interior balance and metaphysical center. Order and chaos can thus be considered the fundamental pillars of sacred geography, which is the symbolic and esoteric interpretation of the essence of spaces. Not all the places are obviously the same. The concrete space is not homogeneous or isotropic like the Cartesian space, the modern space, instead characterized by qualitative distinctions. This ancient awareness survived in Christian civilization and on its spiritual map, made of monasteries, churches, significant ritual places and pilgrimages towards them. It is significant, in particular, that the first geographers were all theologians and missionaries. An important contribution on this topic comes from Alexander Dugin's research. Dugin's awareness that territory is deeply connected with history, culture, philosophy, semantics is reflected in the neo-Eurasianist comprehension and interpretation of the cosmos. It is, according to Dugin, a place of spiritual order in which all levels of reality are interconnected. Dugin has written in a very interesting essay entitled The Battle for the Cosmos in Eurasianist Philosophy that the Eurasianist cosmos, I quote, is permeated with the subtle trajectories traversed by fiery, eternal ideas and winged meanings. Reading these trajectories, revealing them out of concealment, and extracting complex meanings out of the corporal plasma of disparate facts and phenomena is the task of humanity. This means that the essence of place is not only material, but strictly archetypal and symbolic. For the Eurasianists, the cosmos, and I quote again Dugin, is an inner notion. It is revealed not through expansion, but rather, or on the contrary, through immersion deep within it, through concentration on the hidden aspects of the reality given here and now. Through this doctrine, which is not conveyed as an abstract ideology, instead as a pragmatic and concrete way to experience reality, man can perceive in the world its sacred dimension. Every people, according to their traditions, master a different interpretation of the sacred pillars of spaces. As we have considered, analyzing the figure of genius loci, the experience of hidden dimension of places reveals a post or extra dualistic dimension, where subject and object, matter and spirit, are the same. At the same time, however, the identitarian pluriversum is part of a universal, but not universalistic pluriversum, where all cultures can find and express their own identity. This is not a modern relativistic perspective, instead it is the discovery of a fundamental process at the core of reality, which we could define as ontological perspectivism. Every Kultur, to use the German word, in fact, going deep into its own cosmos, can near a supra-identitarian dimension, which can, however, be grasped only as a unity, which is the final path of going through a specific worldview, which can become the door to the one, to the principle. This kind of cosmic pluralism, embodied in traditional sacred geography, can still be reactivated by a process which is inverse to the famous modern attempt to disenchant the world, as Max Weber wrote. It is, on the contrary, necessary to re-enchant the world, fighting Western colonization not just in its political and economic roots, but especially in its powerful capability to condition and influence the collective imaginary, its soft power, we could say. This cultural, spiritual, philosophical perspective finds in geopolitical multipolarity its natural political consequence and representation, because only a multipolar attitude takes into account the defense of pluralism, which is the inner core of the aforementioned worldview. Within geopolitics, order often means political model or paradigm. In recent history, three main models have existed: bipolarity during the Cold War, unipolarity, the USSR order after USSR collapsed, and eventually multipolarity, the current and still emerging international framework. Multipolarity is the geopolitical model which is the most suitable, because of its intrinsic pluralism, to rediscover of the sacred dimension of places. Multipolarity allows for perceiving international relations as plural and multidimensional. Different traditions and civilizations are considered as simultaneously coexistent, dignified and politically relevant. The genius loci of every territory can come back and acquire a public, recognizable status. Multipolarity is thus more than a Western, values-based multilateralism. Chaos is the necessary counterpart of order in the construction of multipolarity. Only by going through a period of international chaos, a new counter-hegemonic and multipolar order will be established. In these horizons, the notion of chaos acquires a new and positive meaning, concerning the dynamic structure of the multipolar order, where the balance of poles can always change, opening to the pivotal role of history and political decisions. The scholar Leonid Savin shows in his book Ordo Pluriversalis that the concept of polycentricity and pluriversarity have also been developed outside of Western culture, with the elaboration of really interesting models that directly derive from different traditional cultures. Significant is, for example, the Chinese contribution to the theory and practice of multipolarity, which in Chinese is defined as duojiwa. Also, the confrontation with different cultural paradigms and symbolical representations is very fruitful in order to imagine the global pluriversum in a more complex and shareable way. We have to take into account that, as written by Amaya Kwerehatsu, the world each being inhabits is populated by entities, persons, objects, theories, practices that are ontologically configured in processes of choosing and decisions that produce the establishment of reference frameworks that people use to situate themselves in the world. Accordingly, these reference frameworks are very different to a person in the Amazon than to a person raised in a Western city. In this perspective, multipolarity embodies the anti-mainstream worldview, which can be defined in philosophy as ontological perspectivism, noology according to Dugin lexicon, in spirituality as perennialism, in literature as hermeneutics, in culture as pluralism. Order and chaos are fundamental structures of this anti-hegemonic worldview, and nevertheless an interpretative toolkit which should be implemented in multipolar perspective in order to avoid any easy reductionist scheme into the interpretation of multipolarity itself. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you an interesting evening and conference.
We give thanks to Luca Siniscalco from Italy, and now I kindly invite Luciano Lago from the group La Terra dei Padri of the Eurasian Movement in Italy to speak. Thank you so much, Luciano, for being here. To you the word.
Yo saludo todos los que están participando de esta conferencia y, si me permite, prefiero hablar en español para que me entiendan los amigos de España y de Latinoamérica que están escuchando esta conferencia. Bueno, esa conferencia tiene referencia con lo que es la cumbre de los BRICS. Yo creo que eso de los BRICS es una cumbre que representa un hecho epocal que tiene una gran valencia. La reunión de los BRICS, que es desde el 22 hasta el 24 de agosto en Johannesburg, ha sido una reunión de los países emergentes, capitaneado o bajo el liderazgo de China y de Rusia, que ha ampliado, como hecho esencial, ha ampliado el club de estos BRICS a estados como Irán, Arabia Saudí, Egipto, Argentina, Etiopía, con el objetivo de crear un nuevo orden mundial y plantar cara a las potencias de Occidente. Porque es seguro que la cumbre de los BRICS del mes de agosto marcó un desafío a la hegemonía de Estados Unidos y de sus aliados. Ahora vamos a considerar que los políticos de las llamadas economías emergentes empiezan a moverse en forma autónoma en el tablero internacional para formar nuevas alianzas y salir, no solamente para salir en la foto de grupo, ma para hacerse más fuerte antes lo que es el poderío generalizado de la órbita occidental, formada por Estados Unidos, Europa, Israel y Australia. China, que es la segunda economía global al momento, apostó muy fuerte para ampliar los BRICS, con nuevos países que han dado mucho, ha dado más peso a las instituciones internacionales dominadas por Estados Unidos y Europa, pues Pekín busca ponerse más fuerte en el tablero geopolítico frente a Washington, que es todavía la primera economía mundial. El presidente chino Xi Jinping non pudo contener en esa reunión, no pudo contener su euforia y calificó la expansión de los BRICS como histórica. Y sus colegas del bloque se subieron a ese carro, aunque con valoraciones más templadas. Hay que preguntarse qué supone la ampliación para ese orden mundial. Esto es un momento histórico donde puede cambiar completamente la relación que vimos hasta ahora, que fue un mundo unipolar pasando muy rápidamente a un mundo multipolar, como han reflexionado también muchos observadores independientes. Pero se puede ser más cautelosos y admitir que la expansión de los BRICS altera las dinámicas de este orden mundial, rompiendo barreras en todos casos. Aunque no cabe duda que la ampliación ofrece al bloque de BRICS una mayor influencia económica y política, y también podría provocar nuevas tensiones entre los miembros de Occidente, dada la inclusión en ese bloque, por ejemplo, de países como Irán, que es un acérrimo enemigo de Estados Unidos. Vamos a considerar que 2 décadas antes, cuando se tuvo la primera cumbre de los BRICS, se percibían estas como un bloque exclusivamente económico. Las cosas han cambiado y este bloque se ha convertido también en una alianza política con regímenes diversos, muy diversos entre ellos, pero con un denominador común: contrarrestar la arrogancia occidental y la hegemonía del dólar. Es el denominador común de estos países nuevos que se han unido a los BRICS. De las conversaciones desarrolladas en la ciudad sudafricana de Johannesburg, se desprende una acentuación de lo que puede ser una forma de anti-occidentalismo. O sea que resurgen los viejos agravios de la época colonial, al tiempo que se acusa a los países de la vieja Europa, a Estados Unidos, de Occidente en general, de pensar que todavía son ellos el eje del mundo, cuando el mismo eje ya hace tiempo que se ha desplazado hacia el Indo-Pacífico, hacia el Asia, hacia Oriente. No deja de ser dura el elocuente la afirmación del jefe de la diplomacia de la India. Este se llama Subrahman Jaishankar, se pronunció bien. Los problemas de Europa, ha dicho ese que es el ministro de Exterior de la India, los problemas de Europa son los problemas del mundo, pero los problemas del mundo no son los problemas de Europa. Parece bastante raro esto. Prácticamente ese hacía referencia el ministro del país, que no vamos a olvidar, el país hoy en día más poblado de la Tierra, a la guerra de Ucrania, como al acontecimiento que opaca los muchos otros conflictos que están sacudiendo el mundo y que no gozan del mismo foro mediático. Pero una vez más, el punto más importante de lo que se ha tratado en dicho encuentro es relativo a la adopción cuanto antes de una divisa de sustitución del dólar en las transacciones comerciales. Ese es el punto focal de lo cual se ha discutido en la reunión de los BRICS. Entre otros acuerdos, la declaración final de esta que ha sido la número 15 cumbre dice: el BRICS reitera su compromiso con el multilateralismo y la defensa del derecho internacional. Expresa su preocupación por el uso de sanciones comerciales. Por el uso de sanciones unilaterales, perdón. Se opone a las barreras comerciales, y está a favor de usar monedas nacionales en las transacciones financieras. Esto exige una mayor representación de los países en desarrollo en los órganos internacionales. Considera que las Naciones Unidas es la piedra angular del sistema internacional, pero están a favor de su reforma, de la reforma de ese organismo, de una mayor representación de los países en desarrollo en el Consejo de Seguridad de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas. Muy significativas han sido también las declaraciones de Putin, que muy pocos medios en Occidente han reportado. Según el presidente Putin, los países occidentales ignoran los principios básicos de la economía de mercado, el libre comercio y la inviolabilidad de la propiedad privada, y ejecutan ilegalidades económicas irresponsables, como la aplicación de sanciones por motivos políticos, la impresión inorgánica de dinero y la acumulación de deudas sin garantías. De aquí el triste resultado para los mercados globales, ha dicho Putin. Él mismo dijo que los colonizadores modernos se ocultan detrás de las palabras democracia, derechos humanos, pero buscan resolver sus problemas a expensas de los demás y continúan saqueando descaradamente los recursos de los países en desarrollo. Todos los miembros de los BRICS están unánimemente a favor de la formulación de un orden mundial multipolar, verdaderamente justo y basado en el derecho internacional, que respete los principios clave de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas, incluido el derecho soberano y el respeto del derecho de cada nación a su propio modelo de desarrollo. Eso es muy importante, el respeto al derecho de cada nación en su propio desarrollo, que tenga en cuenta los intereses soberanos del mayor número de estados posibles. Y estas son, en una cierta forma, las mismas palabras que había utilizado el comandante Hugo Chávez de Venezuela en su discurso a las Naciones Unidas, y que de antemano acordamos de estos vacilares principios parlaba también el comandante Fidel Castro. Ha recordado Putin que después del golpe de Estado en Ucrania del 2014, el régimen de Kiev inició el exterminio de los pueblos de la República del Donbass, que no estaban de acuerdo con las ideas nazis de los golpistas. Rusia ha decidido apoyar a las personas que luchan por su cultura, por sus tradiciones y su lengua, y por su futuro. Nuestras acciones en Ucrania, dice Putin, están dictadas por una sola causa: poner fin a la guerra que ha desatado el Occidente y sus cómplices en Ucrania contra la gente que vive en Donbass. Estas palabras son entre las más significativas de la cumbre, y creo que estas representan esta ruptura de barreras que en este momento están, y todo lo que es en el mundo en este momento se está desarrollando hacia un nuevo curso que tenemos que esperar que pueda sobrepasar las que son las diferencias actuales. Gracias a todos.
Thank you so much to Luciano Lago from La Terra de Padre Eurasian Movement in Italy. Now I would like to pass the word to Mirko Preatoni, Italian artist from the Russophile movement in Italy. Thank you so much for being here, Mirko.
Buonasera a tutti, grazie professor Pacini per l'invito, un caro saluto a tutti i partecipanti e al professor Luigi. I'm happy to participate in this important conference. In the new multipolar world, a polyphony of culture is developing. Music, polyphony, is the union of several voices, and each one plays its own melodic pattern. In this polyphony, in order to be harmonious, each voice, each instrument must first be tuned. And being tuned is centered on oneself, on its own identity. We need to start as a first point by remembering who we are. And today, in the West, this is the first challenge. The challenge consists in having to defend our own identity, those constitutive and founding values around which the individual and the nation is a solid foundation. The attack on individual, the erasure of culture, is an annulment of memory and conscience. Such a reset is a precondition for the rewriting of history and for the shutting down of any instance of rebirth. New rules are constantly being introduced, which do not allow any stable point of reference and are placed in a general deconstruction perspectivity of all certainty. For decades, globalism has crept like a parasite into our cultures and tried to corrode them from inside. The process of individual annihilation passes to the systematic demolition of every reference value. But we must remember who we are, our origin. Italy is the child of classical Greco-Roman culture, Christianity, and the Renaissance. Culture, spirituality, and beauty are the barriers that we must proudly raise against homogenization and flattening, against standardization and cultural impoverishment. What we can do is cultivate the essential on a personal level. On a social level, take clear position and contribute to the spread of awareness regarding the processes currently underway. On an international level, we must live this time as full of possibilities. A wide-ranging intellectual project is taking shape to promote the development of solid international relations based on listening and mutual respect. Listening and respect for others are the key words of this new paradigm taking shape. They are the cornerstones of the development of dialogue between the actors constituting this new multipolar world. But in order to be able to listen and to respect the other, you must first of all respect yourself. When in Italy, a university course on Dostoevsky is cancelled, or the concert of a great Russian artist is cancelled, not only the culture of people with whom we have a deep and lasting friendship, but our own fundamental rights are under attack. It is therefore also out of respect for ourselves that a concrete response is needed, articulated from below by civil society. The world of culture must not be just a transmission belt for dominant ideologies. It must today find a genuine dialogue with people. It is important to take back and defend cultural space. What does this mean in concrete terms? I will give two brief examples. Initiative such as the one that recently saw Valentina Lisitsa perform in Milan at the invitation of an organizing committee that is an expression of Italian civil society should be promoted and supported. This extraordinary pianist, considered among the world's top performers, saw several concerts in Italy cancelled only because she has expressed the criticism on the Kiev government and solidarity with the Russian Donbass population under attack since 2014. In a few days, the folk dance ensemble from the Republic of Mariel in central Russia will also be performing in Milan. This outstanding ensemble is an expression of the possibility of safeguarding and enhancing local tradition in an authentic multicultural context such as Russia. The protection of differences, particularities, and local identities represents an opportunity for cultural enrichment. It stands in stark contrast to the homogenizing tendency that suffocates the West, where the embrace of equality and of a purely theoretical inclusiveness ends up as if a livella, like Italian world-known artist Antonio De Curtis Totò used to say, a livella that embraces everything and destroys everything. On the contrary, respect for the tradition combined with the defense of diversity is a synthetic image of what culture can do when it acts as a privileged instrument for the development and revitalization of dialogue between people. This kind of initiative, like today's conference, is therefore a concrete action with great symbolic value. It means remembering who we are, respecting ourselves in order to be ready to respect and listen to the others. As a dear friend of mine who has lived in many countries and now lives in Russia reminds me, respecting oneself does not mean tolerating each other, but recognizing and acknowledging the absoluteness of the God who lives in each of us. It means wanting to grasp the absoluteness and non-relativity of the human experience. Multipolarity is not to impose relativism, but to follow together a common path towards truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Mirko Pratoni for his speech from the International Russophile Movement in Italy. And now we are finishing the Italian group, and we pass the word to Adam Bark from Territorio Libero di Trieste and Fronte della Primavera Triestina, just on the border with Italy. Thank you so much, Adam, for being here to you the speech. Try to talk, please, Adam. We don't hear you. Try again, please. Maybe it's a problem of management in the audio.
Can you hear me?
Now, yes. Yes,
okay.
Now, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sorry for the inconvenience. So thank you a lot for having me. I'd like to start by saying that in our struggle for the emancipation of European civilization that we are all fighting for, there is unknown to many a powerful geopolitical weapon of multipolarity in the heart of Europe. Today I'll be talking about the Free Territory of Trieste, an independent state created by Article 21 of the Paris Peace Treaty in 1947 and the UN Resolution number 16 of the UN Security Council. It by its legal properties, it was taught as a geopolitical equalizer, as an instrument of neutrality in that war-torn Europe. And that's why, as you can already imagine, the powers to be, the NATO geopolitical interest, stopped it from having a full actualization of international law and for the full application of the Free Territory of Trieste. Let's start by why it is such an important geopolitical equalizer. The Free Territory of Trieste is located in the northeastern side of the Italian peninsula in a extremely important geopolitical position, as it connects historically the Middle Europa, the rich economic heartland of Europe, with obviously the Mediterranean Sea. And this has made it over the ages a very rich portal town. Still today, it is the biggest port under Italian administration, as well as one of the busiest ports in the whole of Europe. And by international law, by the Paris Peace Treaty, the port of Trieste, which is, I think, its biggest, it's the most important element of multipolarity, is international and free, meaning that all nations of the world should, by international law, have access to this, to our port, and by consequence to the economic heartland of Europe. This includes, as you would imagine, nations we do not align with the liberal NATO order of things. And most importantly, even more importantly, maybe, the Free Territory of Trieste is, by international law, demilitarized and neutral, meaning that no military force can legally enter our borders without the unanimous consent of the UN Security Council, which enacted the resolution. I'd say maybe it is also to be surveyed by this figure, the governor, nominated by the UN Security Council unanimously, which should surveil the application of international law in Trieste, and which has never been nominated, and that's why the international law never saw a full application in the Free Territory of Trieste, because as you would imagine, as we'll talk a bit later, in 1953, American interest stopped Soviet Union from nominating the governor of the Free Territory of Trieste. And maybe, as you already probably understood, this whole setup is very dangerous was very dangerous for geopolitical control of Europe. So that's the key to understanding how we are having this simulation of sovereignty of by part of the Italian government and Croatian government in our land. I'll start a bit with the history of it all. So it was created, the Free Territory of Trieste, in 1947 and divided into Zone A and Zone B. Zone A was given, the administration of Zone A was given to the Allied military government, while the Zone B was given to the Yugoslavian government. The turning point for the whole Trieste question, as it's been defined by historiography since, very famously, is the Tito-Stalin split. In 1948, we have the split between Tito-Stalin and the Allies, seeing that the Trieste question was becoming a very hot topic in the debate over who should control Europe post-45. Started using the Free Territory as a way to put Tito under the wing of Western influences. This went on after years and years of trying to find a treaty with the London Memorandum in 1954, when the sub-administration of Zone A was given to the Italian government and the sub-administration of Zone B was given to the Yugoslavian government. This on paper meant that Italy and Yugoslavia had the duty to protect the international law and see for the full application of it. As you would imagine, this never happened because it was against the interest of American imperialism, and we had disguised by fake nationalism a return of sovereignty, which particularly on the Italian side had a lot of anti-Slavic sentiment to it. So they acted as the change in administration was a change in sovereignty. in all effects annexing illegally Zone A and Zone B. And this culminated with the Osimo Pact of 1975, bilateral agreement which split officially the Zone A and Zone B between the two powers. Again, they had no right to split it as they were only administrators and didn't have any sovereignty. However, this was all hidden for the, of course, again, the interest of geopolitical control of Europe. However, in recent years, with the emergence of what we call the multipolar world, there is an opportunity for this instrument of neutrality and emancipation of Europe, I'd say, to come out again. In Trieste, we had the political struggle starting from the 2013 protest. We had a big local movement that fought for national law and had a huge protest of over 8,000 citizens, which for a small town like Trieste, it was the biggest in living memory. And however, as you would imagine, they were soon later infiltrated and on a trail of show trials, the political activists were all destroyed. It was all, the movement was destroyed. However, this had the effect, this rebirth had the effect of the powers to be, the powers of multipolarity, to take a look at the situation, take a look again at the situation of Trieste and see, something isn't right. They are not, NATO is using this to control Europe, and they are not respecting international law, and we are getting the worst end of it all. So we have starting a new saga of like a hidden diplomatic war behind the curtains of public opinion. Just 1.5 months later, we had in 2013 we had the Putin visiting Trieste and insisting to the Italian government to hold a meeting with the economic ministry in Trieste instead of Rome, which it's a little bit difficult to pass as a coincidence. And if another nudge would be part of the interest that Russia has, would be the inviting twice a team of legal experts and activists of the Free Territory of Trieste in the Russian embassy in Rome to discuss the topic of international law. However, maybe the most importantly for us all is the implication of the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative in the Trieste port, because officially the Chinese were stopped from coming into Trieste and the Genova port by the now government of Meloni just recently after a whole complicated saga. However, the Chinese still manage by leveraging the Paris Peace Treaty to buy up the biggest logistic point, the biggest logistic terminal of the Trieste free port, and still have managed to monopolize and get a big chunk of their economic trade route through Trieste. And there's nothing our powers, our governments can do about it, because they are just applying international law, and they know it. And I'd say to conclude the topic of international law in Trieste is not valid. They say it's not. They say when we fight for it, it's not valid. However, when big corporations ask for tax benefits and fiscal benefits, they always concede them on the basis of the Paris Peace Treaty. So this is not a discussion of whether these laws exist or don't exist. This is a discussion about who has the power and who has not the power, who doesn't have the power. And on this basis, I'd like to conclude my speech in saying that this can be, the Free Territory of Trieste can be the Achilles heels of the NATO geopolitical bloc. And I urge all forces, governmental and political, that are fighting for the cause of multipolarity to look into the question, to look into the control that NATO has on this important geopolitical point, and we are always open for all dialogue. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much to Adam Bark from Territorio Libero di Trieste, and with him we conclude, and I kindly invite Pierre Tonnat, who will be the next moderator. Thank you so much for staying with us, and welcome to all the new speakers. Thank you, Pierre, and to all of you and all the other European friends, the word. Thank you so much. Pierre Giastoldi, please turn on your microphone to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I will start by introducing myself. My name is Pierre Tonnat, and I will start with my speech, and then we will follow one speaker after the other. So I will call later on one by one each one of you. So today's meaning, as we have already prepared, it is the trust, the pragmatism, the friendship, and the awakening. All these towards multipolarity. So a few words about multipolarity first. In brief, I will mention facts that screenshot a unipolar world from a multipolaritarian point of view. Recently, I heard Werner Hoyer from European Investment Bank warning that West is at risk of losing confidence in Global South. As we all know, countries who form BRICS and others that will join soon are all friendly to Russia. Don't get me wrong, I never was and never will be in favor of any war, unless it is inevitable. I believe in strong diplomatic and public relations that lead to peace treaties. China's envoy in Johannesburg described BRICS as a union that safeguards legitimate interests of nations that wish to join. Surely, Western dominance will have a strong opposition, beneficial to our cause, multipolarity, enhancing world order, opposing the unipolar mentality that is nothing less than post-1991 dictatorship under the guise of democracy. Sanctions are an economic weapon, a tool of modern war. Prices for us Europeans surged by 17% this year only because of economic turmoil caused by sanctions. Surely the West does not know how to use this weapon because us Europeans are paying the price, or maybe EU forces sanctions intentionally. To no surprise, European leading elites integrated in capitalist opportunities, beneficial to make good money, feel very comfortable with Washington dictating and leading towards its vital hegemonic and supremacy ideals. Recent history proves that a universal justice system does not exist. Europe's colonialism robbed Africa from the ability to develop from its own resources, and the uprise of some African nations that we see today is proof of all this. From media, I got to know that 80% of Niger's citizens do not have access to electricity. Europe never helped. We only take uranium to live a comfortable life. We reached a point where justice is ignored. Rich and developed countries have politicians that speak in a biblical way, but are in denial of foreign crisis, especially in poorer countries, and they manipulate media in their favor so that they look picture perfect in front of their constituents. The need of multipolarity is a never-ending story. Personally, I lost faith in most of the politicians in Brussels, shameful enough. Sometimes we even see them coming out of office handcuffed with police. The salaries are good in there, but unfortunately not enough for some. Our European leaders are nothing more than servants and slaves of Washington. We are serving one man, who is a puppet of his conglomeration of capitalist elites. Our Western percentage of influence is decreasing, and it is time to look towards BRICS to get ourselves involved in Africa that has great potentials, but needs our technology and expertise to industrialize its countries and create ample jobs and good quality of life to its citizens, who will not need to migrate, but instead invite us to develop and build. We might give Africa back what we took. We must give Africa back what we took and pay for our purchases. And if Africa is part of BRICS Bank, then Europe will have to bend down and bow low in front of the new monetary fund. Future gives us no options. We either seek friendship and partnership, or else we will be an island, and this is only to please USA. Today, I invite all of you to a fresh start. My intention is to build a strong European multipolar team. You can call it an international political party. We will be members from all European countries, much stronger in many ways than the usual national parties. We need to build trust between us and work together in order to strengthen our voice by means of our followers from Europe that comprises nearly 500 million people. When we achieve this goal, it will be time that we start our dialogues with Brussels and lead Europe in a new direction. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not feel that majority of Europeans are living freely in peace and with mind at rest. Most of our population is struggling to make ends meet, whereas our leaders are misusing billions of euros to supply weapons and ammunition to kill innocent human beings. This is wrong, totally wrong, and unacceptable. We must be peacemakers and lead by example. We have one thing in common: multipolar future. I invite everyone for discussion to unite a strong, pragmatic team that can create a difference and work in favor of peace, to overcome the current stagnant negative air that we breathe, to eradicate fake manipulated news, and to turn media into positive and healthy platform for our society that needs stability and truth. Brussels knows that a multipolar world has already started functioning. Denial will only make things worse. Sometimes it is unbelievable how our leaders manage to complicate our lives at their expense. Instead of making a step forward towards universal prosperity, they drive our countries in an opposite direction that leads to inflation, recession, economic instability, war, and the list goes on. I have a clear vision of how a multipolar world can function. India, Europe, China, Russia, USA, and the Global South, and maybe one or two more, will be the future poles. The first and most important steps are international law and International Court of Justice. We can use what we have today as a model, but change it according to agreed amendments by all poles. When this is finalized and signed by all poles, then we will have an international system of justice that all leaders will definitely observe. ICC is unbalanced, outdated, and incapable. One example that I always mention is Muammar Gaddafi. I'm sure that he should have been given a chance to defend himself in a superior court of justice, because the result of the invasion, as written in history, is assassination without trial. Finance and economy come second. Each pole must prove itself financially by using GDP or other economic mechanisms that are agreed upon. Poles can use their currencies as we do today, but all must be compatible electronically to an international banking system to ease the flow of transactions. Population is also important when deciding about poles, because the quality of lives is of utmost importance. The negative past ideologies like fascism, capitalism, colonialism, and many more have to be listed as history, because facts show us that they only sacrificed lives and sowed the seeds of unhappiness and slavery. Europe was recently called a garden, and truly so. I love Europe for its culture. We are gifted with diversity and prosperity, gifted with history and art, gifted with our religious beliefs. Dear colleagues, I call all of you today to think about my proposal. I have much more to say, but time is limited. It is time for us to do, not only to think or write articles. Future geopolitical era will be multipolar. The diplomatic fractures have to be seriously addressed in order to rebuild a solid political base. Undeveloped countries who are not able to meet demands such as a Green Deal can easily attract foreign investment to regularize carbon emissions according to acceptable thresholds. But all this needs modern, open-minded politicians who work hard to reach such goals and who do not fear changes. It is time for Europe to become a political pole in a multipolar world. Diversity makes our world an interesting place to live in. Let us protect every nation's values and principles, keeping in mind Europe's interests. I invite you for further discussion. If you wish to become part of a new team, please do not hesitate to reach me. Thank you for your time. Pier Tonna. And now we pass on to the next speaker from Austria, Mr. Alexander Markovics. You can have the word.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Dear Lorenzo, dear Professor Dugin, dear organizers, my home country, Austria, is at the crossroads. Since the start of the special military operation in Ukraine, the relations between Russia and Europe are at an all-time low. Whereas most European countries joined the West in sending weapons to Ukraine, my home country, Austria, focused on somehow upholding its neutrality, which is part of the Austrian constitution since the end of Allied occupation in 1955. On the one hand, Vienna refrained from arming the Zelensky regime directly and sending its soldiers to fight for an objectively evil regime. On the other hand, it sent money to Kiev and declared its solidarity with its goons. In contrast to our globalist government, consisting of so-called conservatives and the Greens, which is well informed about its economic dependency on Russia, the Austrian population is in its majority against the Western war in Ukraine and for peace with Russia. Nevertheless, the government prevails and not a single party inside the parliament has a vision for Austria as a part of a multipolar world. Even the populist FPÖ doesn't have any vision besides keeping neutrality, which in our current time means a state more or less aligned to the West. But how can Austria follow its tradition and become a constructive part of multipolarity? First, in order to become part of an intellectual pluriverse, Austria would have to leave the West first and foremost on an intellectual level. This means the abandonment of Western universalism, capitalism, materialism, chauvinism, and cosmopolitanism. But first and foremost, the adaptation of the Christian idea of empire. This idea of empire, derived from ancient Rome, sees the emperor as katechon, as hinder of the Antichrist. What the Antichrist is in our times is quite clear, I think. The forces of postmodern West, especially the current United States of America, with its Democrat leadership, globalism, and its allies from neoliberals to neo-fascists. In the Austrian-German tradition, this task was fulfilled by the Habsburg Empire, which from the 15th century on was leading the Casa d'Austria, the House of Austria. As of now, Europe is as Georges Bataille, and after him, Professor Dugin noted, in the heart of hell. Europeans nowadays abandon the faith in God, ridicule their own heroes and history, even actively destroying their own families through LGBT propaganda. Fulfilling the role of katechon would mean for Austria to oppose all these developments of open society in the sense of Karl Popper and George Soros. Instead, we'd have to follow our spiritual roots back to the time from the 15th to the 19th century, when Austria was still following its katechonic mission. Back in these times, Austria was the political center of the Holy Roman Empire, which aspired to be an ear of the Roman Empire, like Russia did. But from the 16th century on, starting with the Bulgarian inheritance and the fall of the Hungarian Empire against the Ottomans, Austria focused more and more on the Balkans in order to defend itself and its Slavic peoples there against the advance of the Ottoman Empire. The katechonic mission of Austria from the 15th to the 18th century consisted in fighting against the advance of Islam on the Balkans and the German heartland itself. As Enea Silvio Piccolomini mentioned at the Imperial Diet in 1455, this confrontation between German Italian Christianity and Islam was back then to be understood as a punishment by God, which could only be averted when Europeans find back to a faithful life and fight against evil. In order to join forces against the Ottomans, the Austrian nobleman Sigismund von Herberstein, an aristocrat from nowadays Slovenia with German as mother tongue, who also spoke the Slavic language, went to Moscow in order to form an alliance with Russian Orthodoxy to battle the Ottomans together. Von Herberstein didn't consider the Russians as northern barbarians, like Europeans did before him, but as Christian brothers, which is astonishing since he himself was a member of the Western Church, whereas Russia stood true to Orthodoxy. Whereas during the First Siege of Vienna in 1529, Austria and the German troops were mostly on their own, thanks to von Herberstein's efforts, not only did Cossacks fight together with the German and Polish troops against the Ottomans at the Second Siege of Vienna in 1683, but Russia joined forces in the Holy League in 1686 and conquered the fortress of Azov. Finally, in 1699, the joint efforts of Europe and Russia stopped the Ottoman advance in Europe. Prince Eugen von Savoyen, besides other heroes of the military and spiritual sphere, became the embodiment of this katechonic mission. With its victory on the Balkans, Austria finally became a multinational and multi-religious empire, defining itself through its Christian mission, being the katechon of vast parts of Europe, from northern Italy to southern Poland, from Bohemia to northern Serbia, which encompassed the territory we nowadays call Mitteleuropa, united by the figure of emperor and Christianity. Starting with the French Revolution in 1789, Austria's katechonic mission consisted in stopping the modernist and revolutionary ideology of liberalism. Together, Austria, Russia, and Prussia stopped the onslaught of liberalism on the European continent in 1815 and created the Holy Alliance, which sought to suppress the forces of liberalism and revolution. One of the most important politicians of this period was Clemens Wenzelfürst von Metternich, who tried to build up a global anti-liberal alliance of land powers from Brazil to Russia in order to stop the spread of liberalism. Whereas the Habsburgs and Metternich were successful in stopping Napoleon and the French Revolution, they themselves were shaken up by the liberalist revolution in Germany, Austria, Hungary, and Italy itself from 1848 to 1849. This time, Austria defeated under the leadership of Marshal Radetzky, who was immortalized by the poet Franz Grillparzer, liberalism in northern Italy, whereas Russia came to rescue to quell the liberalist uprising in Hungary. Ultimately, the Habsburgs were unable to uphold the Holy Alliance during the Crimean War and unfortunately betrayed Russia by staying neutral. From there on, the monarchic powers in Europe were step by step overwhelmed by the forces of nationalism and liberalism, and ultimately forgot the Christian Catholic mission and were dismantled at the end of World War I. These events, of course, led to the catastrophe of World War II and the ultimate loss of European sovereignty and land power to modernity and its forces. Nevertheless, the Austrian Catholic mission and Mitteleuropa live on, whereas Intermarium in its current form tries to transform the idea of Mitteleuropa into a pro-American alliance. Countries like Hungary still hold on to the Christian European identity in defiance of the transatlanticist onslaught of globalization and sea power. And still, Austria, and especially its Catholic mission and monarchic idea, are held in high esteem by some of the former parts of the Habsburg monarchy. As Professor Dugin suggested, and he caused a big scandal by that in Austria, Austria could revive these ideas and become again an important force in Europe. Together with Hungary, Czechia, Poland, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, and also Italy, we could take up again the idea of monarchy and Cartesian in order to organize the great space of Mitteleuropa and wage an uprising against the forces of globalism in the spirit of Clemens Wenzel von Metternich. Following the example of Sigismund von Herberstein, we need to again understand Mitteleuropa not as a fortress against Eurasia, but as a bridge, connecting the western end of the Eurasian Peninsula with the east. If we accept the multiplicity of heartlands, Austrians, Hungarians, Western Slavic and Southern Slavic peoples, and Italians could again join forces and hinder the arrival of the Antichrist in Europe. Therefore, European civilization would consist not only of the Austrian Catholic bloc, but also of a Latin Empire and a German Empire in the north, each driven by their own Catholic mission, as Professor Dugin has highlighted in a recent article, which of course would presuppose these peoples also destroying the shackles of globalism. All in all, these geopolitical and spiritual developments will culminate in the recreation of the Holy Alliance from 1815, but this time on a continental scale, encompassing the Eurasian landmass from the west to the far east.
Okay. Thank you, Alexander Markovics. We go to the next speaker from Cyprus, Mikis Felaniotis. Welcome, Mikis.
Hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. You can start. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, dear friends and participants of this European Conference on Multipolarity. My name is Mikis Philaniotis, and I am a citizen of the European Union. Unfortunately, it is very difficult and sad for me to say straight that I am a citizen of the Republic of Cyprus. Yes, of course, the state by the name of the Republic of Cyprus exists and is a member of the United Nations and is being recognized as an independent state since 1960, after being a colony of Great Britain for a long time. But what our feelings are after almost 20 years in the EU, we have almost completely lost our sovereignty. Cyprus, inside and outside of the EU, votes as is being ordered by the strong countries and EU institutions, and many times votes even against the interests of the people of Cyprus, especially now for the sanctions against Russia. The double standards of Europeans revolt our people. We are losing our identity. Come from our European colonizers. The sword of Damocles from British military bases constantly hangs over our island, Europeans, as modern colonialists, dictate to us everything that needs to be done and what cannot be done. And after the special military operation by Russia, EU acts as a US colony. Therefore, now we have another one owner over us. We don't feel free. We don't feel the sovereignty which we felt for a short of time before our motherland became a member of EU and Eurozone. From that moment, we became slaves of the European banking system, and in 2013, Cyprus became the Eurogroup's experimental animal. What a shame when our government votes against the interests and feelings of our people, because we are pressed to do so. Later in September, during the UN Assembly, a resolution will be probably proposed by Russia against fascism and Nazism. As happened last year, all EU countries will again vote against, because Uncle Sam orders so. Just 2 years ago, only USA and Ukraine voted against. I feel as a humiliated human being and as a part of humiliated people of a whole country. Every people must feel proud for his history, for his traditions, for their own decisions. But when you see that your government takes these decisions after a command from the leaders of other strong European countries and the EU leaders, then you feel as a slave. As we see once again, Russia plays the most important role for saving the world, for establishing a new fair multipolar world. Therefore, once again, we have to thank Russia and its army and honor the memory of all its fighters who gave and continue to give their life so that the whole world becomes fair and better. The two most important preconditions for the success of a multipolar world are, first, the victory of Russia against Ukraine and collective West, and this will be achieved with the maximum help and support of the other countries to Russia. Second, a very quick and huge growth of such organizations as BRICS. This has already started, and a few days ago by the addition of 6 new states. During the 11th Moscow Conference on International Security in August, I was very, very pleased to hear almost all the participants to mention the multipolarity in their speeches. This shows that unipolar system is already non-acceptable, and most countries look forward to join the new multipolar world. Sergei Narishkin, the director of the Foreign Intelligence Service of Russia, during the 11th Moscow Conference on International Security, said about a structure such as BRICS has great potential in terms of the formation of a fair and democratic architecture of international relations. I think it is no coincidence that this abbreviation in English is heard as the word BRICS. Life literally winks at the Anglo-Saxons. These are indeed bricks in the foundation of a truly free an equal world, and new bricks or poles will soon be added to them. The building of multipolarity will grow and strengthen, protecting the rights of peoples to sovereignty and identity, and developing a real economy. And no beast in the world will be able to destroy this building. I am sure that we all understand that Europe, and especially EU countries, must have a special approach, and not only about the acceptance of the meaning, but much more for the implementation of multipolarity. This will much be more difficult compared with other countries and continents, but peoples must be very good informed about the benefits of multipolarity and become ready to demand it and accept it. New strong media must play a very serious role for the information war. Dear friends, my speech is mostly an emotional one, but I am sure that many people in Europe especially feel like me, and they are asking back their freedom, their identity, their sovereignty, their independence, their proud, their traditional principles and values of family and society, and a normal native democratic community to live in. Let us fight for us, for our children and grandchildren, for the next generations, for our countries, for the whole world, for a new peaceful and fair world full of harmony and justice, with mutual cooperation, mutual understanding and trust between states, and of course, mutual respect of interests. What we live in nowadays is not a democratic union, but a kind of new colonization. Let us stop it for God's sake. Let us give an end of the unipolar world and the globalization, and let us create a new multipolar world full of free feeling and happy peoples. Because multipolarity is not only economy, trade, and material values. It is something much more. Dear friends, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mikis Philaniotis from Cyprus. Thank you for your speech. We pass on now to the next speaker from Germany. I hope he hears me. It is Mr. Alexander Wolfis. Mr. Alexander, I don't see you. Okay, so we give some time to Mr. Alexander Wolfis. We go to the next speaker from Greece, and I am going to put on a video which was prepared beforehand from Mr. Andreas Andreopoulos. We seem to have a slight problem with this video, so I pass the word to Mr. Guy Matan from Switzerland.
Okay, so thank you very much. As I told you, I was a little bit late because I had interviews this afternoon, but I am very happy to join you and just to be there for representing Switzerland and especially Geneva. I just wanted to make maybe two remarks about the topic we discussed today. Just to contribute to our discussion. You know, in last May, I was in St. Petersburg to a geopolitical forum organized by the University of Syndicates of Trade Unions in St. Petersburg, and I had also the opportunity to meet some Russian academicians, and also Maria Zakharova was present, and peoples like that. And I made the proposal to open or to organize a kind of, let's say, BRICS or multipolar embassy in Geneva. Because as you know, Geneva is a center for international politics with the United Nations, with the international organizations. And I thought it was important to have a voice here in Geneva. It could be also in New York, or in Vienna, where there are also some international organization to organize a common voice of the BRICS or the global South, let's say, of the multipolarity on the international stage. The proposal was welcomed, but I went ahead with discussion here with some ambassadors, you know, to the UN here in Geneva, and really the idea of this multipolar institute, of this multipolar voice was welcome. It's not possible now to have an embassy, an official embassy, because there is no common view, not yet, not for the moment. But I think in the future, if we can build a more integrated South, a more integrated BRICS, or more integrated multipolarity, it will be important to have such or to open such an office. But that's the first thing, and maybe we have to think about how to do it. My idea now was maybe to create, as it is not possible to have an official embassy, to open a kind of institute, think tank, let's say a think tank, international think tank, about multipolarity in Geneva, but it can have also other bases, other offices all around the world, in order to organize, let's say, the reflection, the thinking about multipolarity. Because in my view, we lack until now the capacity of thinking how the multipolarity could be built. And I think it's important because I noticed, I am sure you have followed the last BRICS meeting 10 days ago in Johannesburg in South Africa. And for me, it was quite an achievement because the BRICS were able to organize a dialogue, to negotiate between themselves on an equal basis. Everybody is equal, which is not the case with G7, G20, or other organizations, which are vertical, hierarchical, submitted to the West, to the West hegemony. And that's a great achievement. And why? Because every country of the BRICS, for instance, let's speak about the BRICS, if you take them alone, they are not strong enough to have a soft power, able to speak, able to talk, or able to be understood by a large proportion of countries in the world. If he is staying alone, the soft power of Russia is big, but not big enough, not strong enough because Russia has not the capacity compared to the West, the media powers detained by the West, is not able to impose his voice around the world. It can be heard, but not enough. Same for China, same for India, and for sure for Brazil or South Africa. But together, if they are acting together, the soft power of the BRICS all together is very, very strong, has a capacity of attractivity which is much bigger than the West, also than the G7, let's say. And for me, that was the main lesson of the BRICS. If you look, there were 6 new countries included in the BRICS, but there are other 20 or more than 20 countries which want to be members of the BRICS. So that's a very high attractivity, so very strong soft power. And we have to develop and to help this soft power to develop by bringing, reflections, research, sharing experience, sharing, thoughts about how to do and how to improve this soft power, which is strong when the poles of the multipolarities play together. That's the first remark. The second remark, I think that's important to keep that in mind and to try to enhance the voice and the capacity of the BRICS to act together, of multipolarity to act together, because the West, in my view, is strongly and will strongly react to the threat represented by the multipolarity. If you look, for instance, to the evolution of democracy, West is saying, oh, we are the democracies, the league of the democrats against the bad autocrats. But if you look at the system, the political system, the democracy, how the democracy is played by the West, you can observe there is less and less democracy inside the West and more autocratic behavior. We can say in United States, we can say with European Union, we can say everywhere in the world. So under the guise of democracy, in reality, we are assisting to building of a more and more autocratic tendencies inside the Western political system. And that's an evolution for me, which is very, which is already there and which is very dangerous. And so, in my view, we are assisting now a verticalization of the power inside the Western countries with the vassalization of European countries, European Union to United States. The US grip on Europe is now stronger than ever. The US hegemony on Japan, on Australia, is stronger than ever in the past. So we have also this kind of evolution inside the West. So that's very, very important to develop these multipolar views, to strengthen it, to think how we can help to do it with our, let's say, intellectual capacities, and also to improve the way we can communicate that. That's why it's important to have, I mean, a think tank or a kind of NGO able to address the media, able to propose new ideas, and so on, in order to resist to this Western autocratic developments, evolution, and to improve, yes, the diversity of opinion, diversity of vision, diversity of civilization represented by the multipolar world. So that was the two reflections I wish to bring to our discussion today. Thank you for giving me the word. I will go, just for mention it, I will fly to Bulgaria in 10 days in order to meet our president, Mr. Malinovsky. I was invited to give a speech to there, and I had the opportunity to meet him and maybe also to share this kind of views. So thank you for your support. Thank you for your ideas and exchanges.
Thank you, Mr. Guy Matan from Switzerland. Thank you very much. We pass now to Mr. Enrique Refoyo. We have a video which was pre-recorded, and I am going to check whether it is possible to put on this.
Good day, dear colleagues. First of all, I am very grateful to participate in this very important forum. We came from the Multipolar World Forum last April. Later, there was the African Forum, followed by an Iberian American Forum. And now it's the turn of Europe. Now it's our moment to move forward. The reality of the times in which we live shows a European Union that in no way acts as a European pole in the world, but it's a dirty follower of liberal globalism based in the West. The governments of its member states are only local puppets, with a very few exceptions. We can expect nothing from the ruling oligarchy, which exchange its essence and dignity for money and medals. There are people outside Europe who really believe that Europeans benefit from being part of the hegemonic core, that we are all receive benefits for being part of this globalist hegemonic center. Nothing to do with this reality. The first to receive the globalist blow are the European peoples, along with all their culture, religion, history, and languages. We are not the beneficiaries of globalism. We are the first to suffer it. We are condemned. We are doomed to have a political oligarchy that puts its interest above everything else, that uses Europeans as the first tools in its wars and global interferences, and when the problems they generated reach Europe, they leave the consequences in front of ordinary Europeans, common people. And furthermore, the globalist oligarchy tells to Europeans that they are guilty of the situation and must take the consequences without complaint. Since 2022, continental and global events have accelerated. All global trends have deepened. The special military operation of Russia in Ukraine changed everything in the world, starting with the epidemic, with the pandemics, of COVID-19, which suddenly disappeared from the headlines. Putin put an end to the coronavirus, it was jocularly said in Spain. However, the political oligarchy of the European Union and the member states are now threatening us with new pandemics and lockdowns. And in the event that another pandemic is not convincing, they already advanced the future climatic lockdowns. The goal is clear: control through fear, poverty for society and wealth for the elite. A future where the common European people lives under fears and limitations in all aspects of life, while the globalist political and economic oligarchy will enjoy all the luxuries, transports and technologies. In short, we lived in a period of historical change. We are living unique moments and unrepeatable opportunities. And we are all here. We can be actors. We can be the actors and architects of profound change throughout our Europe. Defeat is certain, is sure, and doing nothing is enough. So we have only victory left to achieve. The establishment has enormous material resources, but it doesn't have the truth on its side, and it also leaves a trail of growing contradictions. It's enough to hold the truth and use the contradictions of the system against the system. We are the ultimate catechon. Of course, all the above may sound very theoretical as simple ideas, and certainly, due to time constraints, I cannot develop them here in as much as depth as I would like to do. Thus, offering more concrete action, I propose to work on three internal levels to tirelessly forge a future European pole. That means a truly sovereign global pole, one more gigant in a world of other giants with the same ideas of a radically sovereign multipolar world, naturally diverse and above all, rejecting any global hegemony that will seek to rise all over the world. Accordingly, I put forward three areas of internal work for the formation of a European pole: top level, strategy, all of Europe; intermediate level, Grand Tactic, each great space of Europe; and minimum level, tactics, each country. From these three internal areas, we can extend three other areas of external work. That means maximum level strategy from the European pole to another pole; intermediate level, Grand Tactics, from a great space of Europe to great space of another pole; and in minimum level, tactic from one European country to another country of another pole. So I have expressed it in the singular form for the sake of brevity, but there could be multiple combinations at all levels. In short, this can be a way from which to begin the creation a European multipolar working structure, or better, from which to continue, advance, and deepen the work that all of us have already been doing for many years. As for the great spaces, I understand them as intermediate spaces, whose layout can be formed by questions of geographic and cultural proximity. For example, Mediterranean Europe, Central Europe, Balkan Europe, Northern Europe, and insular Northwestern Europe. Of course, there are countries that clearly fit into a large exclusive space, a great exclusive space, and other countries that border several, that are in the middle of several great spaces. From my point of view, Whoever can and wants to contribute the most, go ahead. Quality and goodwill can never be wasted. And at the end of the day, all great spaces are areas of integration, and therefore we all must contribute with our best talents for the common good. In conclusion, as I mentioned it earlier, that we are the ultimate catejon, and this is not an overestimation. We are the ultimate catejon. If our generation fails and goes down in defeat, there will be no more Europe, either as a whole or as individual countries. We are the last chance. All that remains is to fight our way to victory. Thanks to you for your attention.
So once again, I thank Mr. Enrique Refoyo for the video. It was pre-recorded. And I will call Mr. Nuno Rodriguez from Spain. Mr. Nuno Rodriguez from Spain. He should be the next speaker. I don't see him yet. Just in case, maybe he shows up a bit later, I will call again Mr. Alexander Wolfes from Germany. Mr. Alexander Wolfes from Germany. So we will try to go back to a pre-recorded video of Andreas Andreopoulos. We had a technical issue before we already tried to show. So we will try again now. We are going to try to have Mr. Andreas Andreopoulos speaking live. I call you, Andreas. Your camera is switched off and we don't hear you. Mr. Andreopoulos, we do not hear you. Hello? Hello?
Hear me now?
Yes, yes, I hear you. Very faint, but I hear you.
But I don't see my my picture on it. Let me see.
You can speak. We hear you. Your camera it is switched off, but we hear you.
Okay, okay, I'll do it. Although there are so many problems.
Yes.
Dear colleagues, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. I would like to tell you that in link I have already uploaded at the chat. You can enjoy what I'm going to tell you now. It's already on the chat. I would like to thank Lorenzo and Alexander for this opportunity. I am a geopolitical semiotics expert, and this is the point of view I'm going to make the presentation. Multipolarity is a novel term, a conceptual umbrella for the new world order. Fast-track awareness training is considered crucial. An attempt to craft such a curriculum with more than 30 items is presented. Actually, you will listen to it. In case of interest, whole presentation with links to sources will be available to all via the conference on personal demand. I'm going to present the core points. First is the video presentation with not our movement positions, but rather a West-oriented technocratic one to elaborate on. World current situation has a tale. 25 years of the 20th century and 25 in this century. And introduction, and this is something we have to have in mind. An introduction in pictures is followed by a more detailed description in text. Multipolarity marks the Great Awakening. That means waking up from the big sleep, a status created by Western propaganda, a status created by many tricks. The core one is the bullfighting technique. There are three experts in the bullfighting procedure, and they are equal to the Western way of practicing propaganda. And this is a whole method to be explained in details. Multipolarity global structure is a core element. There is a one-page table with almost all multipolarity global structure, ingredients, plus the Chinese global initiative. At the same time, there is a table with unipolarity global structure to make the comparison. A big threat ahead is the biological warfare. There are more than 200 bio labs plus a series of hot spots all over the world. And at the same time, all these hot spots, the traditional warfare, are threatening multipolarity. Multipolarity has many advantages. Above all, alternative view in thinking, tools, methods, a concise list, holistic thinking, collective intelligence, catastrophe theory, chaos theory, oblique strategies, lateral thinking, and fragility. And there are also novel concepts for geopolitics, controlled demolition, how to peel hard-boiled eggs, and Ukraine as an accelerator and knowledge multiplier. Another multipolarity core dimension is the alternative system it builds on all levels, from sports to the big financial institutions. Just 1 day or 2 days ago, there is an announcement on the BRICS games, and this is a very, very interesting dimension. Goodwill and good faith era is over. Multipolarity and all tangible entities already created aim at global population well-being, not just financial figures. Afghanistan is a very good example. Poppy production almost disappears in just 1 year. BRICS plus superior to G7. It's not just a slogan. It's what makes a difference. It's true, and it has to be disseminated globally. Knowing how the Western financial system is crucial, money without value, a presentation by the Professor Fabio Vinci, is a must. World well-being is not just about money. BRICS plus transparent agenda is versus World Economic Forum hidden agenda. The table you are going to enjoy since you follow the link I have already mentioned includes World Economic Forum 10 agenda items plus tackling methods. Multipolarity has no agenda so far. BRICS plus potential global priorities would be peaceful procedure versus global war plots, climate restoration and ecological civilization construction versus green transition hoax, new global currency as bad credit versus militarization of economy, restitution of reality and truth. Predictions of the future based on lies have always been West's best hoax. In this table, predictions, there are 3 tables with predictions on the presentation based on facts are collected. To make a long story, a multipolar world would promote multipolar world mild technology society, central planning with spillover benefits minus effects, population self-control, natural law, health promotion, trustless media, creative employment, learning, lifelong learning linked to production, innovative tradition, cultural pilgrimage, local fair trade, demilitarized economy, community-based rural development. Unprecedented sources are ahead. To mention just one, BRICS, SCO, and Eurasian Economic Union unification will come sooner or later. Just imagine the capabilities. I hope my contribution has been substantial. Thank you for your attention. Well, just a minute. Multipolarity reaches more than meets the traditional political eye. It links time, present with tradition, and space, unique Earth for humanity. Multipolarity has an argument to take advantage of, an unprecedented planet with more than 40 particularities, probably unrepeated, to become humanity's next traveler. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Andreas Andreopoulos from Greece. We heard his speech. Once again, I call from Spain, Mr. Nuno Rodriguez. He had to be with us, but I do not see you. And Mr. Alexander Wolf is from Germany. I don't think he is with us as well. So that is the end of our conference today. I will leave you. Thanks to all the speakers. Thank you to Mrs. Maria Zaharova for her introductory speech. Thanks to Professor Alexander Galievich for your beautiful, informative speech. Thank you, Lorenzo, Professor Lorenzo, for helping us bring up this conference. Thanks to all the speakers. I am sure that what we all spoke about today, they are the realities that we face from day to day, all of us, and which all of us wish to change to the better and to live for a better future. Thank you and good night to all.